going live now. It looks like we are live.
Okay, good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities and Technology. My name is Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bowdenham, almost all of Richmond and Swan Island on the Kennebec. I'm the House Chair of the committee. I'll be chairing for much of today with some help from Senator Vitelli. We have a couple members who are unable to be with us, including my Senate co-chair, Mark Lawrence. We are assembled electronically today to invite public comment on legislation. I'm going to turn in a moment to having the committee members introduce themselves. And just for the order today, we intend to first hear LD 1666, then LD 1682, 1385, 1556, and 1659. And that is published in the chat also for those that can see it. So first I'm going to turn and ask folks to introduce themselves on the committee. I'll begin with Senator Vitelli.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Eloise Vitelli. I represent Senate District 23, which is all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County, and I reside in the lovely island community of Arousik.
And next up, Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, everybody. Nate Wadsworth, House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
And Representative Cuddy, if you're able to be with us and hear us. I think we have two members in two committees, so Representative Cuddy, can you hear me?
Sorry, I was just introducing myself in Labor and Housing. So,
okay.
My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankport, Searsport, and Swanville, and I'm a little scattered at the moment.
Thank you, and glad you could join us. We understand if you can't be with us this morning because you're voting in Labor and Housing, I believe. Great. And Representative Ziegler, if you want to introduce yourself and then go vote in your other committee.
Good morning. I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont. And like Senator Cuddy, I am very scattered too, and having trouble accessing the other committee on my phone.
Got it. Well, good luck. We hope that works out. And next up, Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Garland, Exeter, Stetson, and Charleston.
And Representative Grahowski.
Good morning, all. I'm Nicole Grahowski. I represent House District 132, which is the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton in the crossroads of Down East Maine.
Wonderful. And we do have a particularly busy day with other committees, several of them in work sessions, and folks have day jobs, and a couple are under the weather. So I trust that those planning to testify on bills have submitted or will submit written testimony to make sure that members of the committee that couldn't be here today can read your full testimony. And of course, we do have all of this streaming on YouTube, so they'll be able to hear you, if not at this moment, then later on before we schedule the work session. This meeting is being live streamed on YouTube, but if you intend to testify today, it will be via Zoom. You'll be an attendee. And when I call your name, or actually a little bit before, our committee clerk, Jordan Merrifield, will promote you to panelist or beam you over to panelist, as we like to say on this committee. Keep in mind that if you're unmuted and your video is on, you are seen and heard on the YouTube stream at that time. And we will ask you to unmute and to turn on your video for the purpose of delivering your testimony. You'll be given 3 minutes to do that, and then I'll ask you to wrap it up, and the committee may have questions for you. We will take testimony, as always, first from the bill sponsor, the legislator presenting the bill, or someone presenting it in their absence. And next, we will hear from proponents of the bill, then opponents of the bill, and then those wishing to testify neither for nor against, but simply wishing to provide information or perspective to the committee. If your name is not your full name, your first and last name on your Zoom square, please change that and make sure that it does reflect your identity rather than saying iPhone or dad's laptop. We ask that folks refrain from using the Zoom chat function while in the panelist screen, and the committee members as well are reminded to not use that for substantive discussion. We only use it for procedural matters like the order of bills for today, for example. Our committee analysts are Deirdre Schneider and Dan Tartikoff. They do go back and forth between us and the Environment and Natural Resources Committee, which is very busy today as well. So you'll see them bouncing back and forth and working their magic. The other items that I want to go through here, I think are all self-evident. So yes, I think we will go right to the first bill with those preliminaries covered. And the first bill on our agenda as listed is LD 1666, an act to direct the Public Utilities Commission to implement a statewide multi-use online energy data platform. And that bill is, Jordan, can you remind me who the sponsor of that bill is?
LD 1666 is Representative Kessler, I believe.
Okay,
It is.
great. All right, so if you just give me a moment, I am going to present that bill for him, and I need to pull up his notes. I'm having a little trouble finding them. I think he sent them. Okay, almost there. Okay, so fellow members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology, my name is Seth Berry, and I've already introduced myself to you, but this bill is not mine. I'm presenting it on behalf of Representative Kessler, a fellow member of our committee. The bill is an act to direct the Public Utilities Commission to implement a statewide multi-use online energy data platform. The bill would require the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, to establish and operate a statewide multi-use online energy data platform that will provide natural gas and electric utility customers with safe, secure access to information about their usage and allow for the aggregation of and removal of personally identifiable information from community level energy data. It would also allow the commission to hire an outside entity to create and operate this platform, and specify that the costs of the creation and operation of the platform are funded through an assessment on the ratepayers of natural gas and investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities. It allows a consumer-owned T&D to elect to share data through the platform, subject to the same requirements placed on the IOUs. and requires the Commission to adopt routine technical rules, which must include provisions to protect the privacy of utility customers. It also requires that when rules are initially adopted, that the Commission ensure that the platform created is able to meet the requirements for certification from the Green Button Alliance and supports the Energy Service Provider Interface of the North American Energy Standards Board and the Green Button Connect My Data standard of the Green Button Alliance. And lastly, it requires in developing the rules that the Commission seek input from all natural gas and investor-owned and consumer-owned transmission and distribution utilities, the Office of the Public Advocate, the Governor's Energy Office, the Efficiency Main Trust, and municipalities. A few comments about the need for this bill from the sponsor. Firstly, utilities do possess a lot of fine-grained data about energy consumption that really should be harnessed to inform public and private sector decisions. Ratepayers have paid, and taxpayers as well, for the advanced metering infrastructure, which generates this data, which is held by the utilities. And so ratepayers should have the benefit of its use. Furthermore, a single data repository holding this data is more efficient and valuable for users because the interface and data is standardized across the state and across the utilities. And access to reliable fine-grained data can promote innovation and jobs in the energy sector as businesses and entrepreneurs can develop better services to help customers manage their energy use. Other states, including New Hampshire and Texas, have or are implementing similar platforms to help unlock the benefits of smart meter technology for all users. And this bill builds off the work of New Hampshire's public advocate, Don Kreese, whose name I may be mispronouncing. And that bill was passed into law by a majority Republican legislature and signed by a Republican governor. Don apparently is visiting us today to testify. So the sponsor wants me to encourage you to please ask him questions. I'm going to ask that our Senate Chair, Senator Vitelli, handle the bill from here since I have presented it. And I'll be happy to defer any questions to others who have been involved with this bill or try to answer them with my very superficial knowledge.
Thank you, Representative Berry, on behalf of Representative Kessler for presenting us this bill. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Berry? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to those speaking in favor. And I believe, Jordan, the first on the list that I see is indeed Donald Kreis, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. So if you could bring him in, I see him coming. And we will ask Donald Kreis if you would introduce yourself. There you are. And hello. We tend to keep our comments to 3 minutes. I'll do my best to give you a heads up when you're getting close to that, but welcome to our committee and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, honorable legislators. I hope you can all hear me. My name is Donald Kreis. I am New Hampshire's consumer advocate. My job in New Hampshire is to represent our state's residential utility customers. My counterpart in the Pine Tree State is my illustrious friend Barry Hobbins, who, as you know, is retiring after a very distinguished career in various kinds of public service. I am so honored to have the opportunity to talk to you today as a former Maine citizen. I lived in Portland for 14 years. I worked for Associated Press in Portland. I was a reporter for Maine Times, which some of you might remember. I'm an alumnus of the very best law school in New England, the University of Maine School of Law. And frankly, I wouldn't be what I am today if it hadn't been for my fabulous time in Maine. Representative Kessler invited me to testify today, and I'm glad that he did because he's under the weather. I have sent you all fairly extensive written testimony, and so what I'm going to say in my 3 minutes is really just a sort of 10,000-foot overview of what I said in writing. It is true that I am guilty of having written and then shepherded through our legislature what was introduced as Senate Bill 284 2 years ago. One small correction to what co-chairperson Berry said. At the time this bill was signed into law by our Republican governor, we actually had a Democratic majority legislature. So this was really a classic bit of bipartisan policymaking. We are moving forward with our data platform in New Hampshire. Our bill instructed our PUC to open a contested adjudicative proceeding, which it did. And just last week, every single party in our docket presented a very detailed settlement agreement that contains a framework for moving forward with our platform. I'd be happy to share that settlement agreement with you. The next step under that settlement agreement, assuming its approval, is that we'll be undertaking a pretty detailed process to put out a request for proposals and really determine what it will actually cost to build the platform. And that's an important process. Let me be frank, as I said in writing, your bill, LD 1666, is actually better than the one I dragged through our legislative process. I was compelled for essentially political reasons to have our utilities build our statewide utility customer data platform, probably by hiring an outside contractor. And in my judgment, that requires what I've been referring to as adult supervision in the form of a governance council, because I'm convinced that a data platform cuts against the grain of the traditional investor-owned electric utility model. Your approach, having the Public Utilities Commission build and operate the platform, is actually the one I initially settled on, and I actually think it is the better approach. A data platform like this can be really transformative. The residential customers that I represent don't want to think about their energy usage. They want help from innovative third parties with stuff like energy management, energy efficiency, time of use rates, energy storage, EV charging, all that sort of stuff. And a platform like that enables consumers getting access to those innovative third-party services. And it is essential, in my opinion, and your bill does say that a platform like this should use the green button Connect My Data standard that allows for real-time or close to real-time data sharing. Nobody knows better than me that the customers that I represent in New Hampshire, at least, are the only wallet in the room when anything like this is under discussion. Our bill allows our PUC to put the whole thing on hold if the costs are unreasonable. I'm sure that's a big part of why Governor Sununu signed our bill into law. But as a good Republican, I think he also sees the value in something that enhances market-based.
Mr. Kreis, we're getting close, I think, to the time. So if you could
yes, and I'm
sounds
just
like
about
you're
done.
doing that.
Yes. Anyway, he signed the bill, I think, because he believes in market-based, unregulated solutions to energy challenges. The last substantive point is that privacy is critical, and your bill makes appropriate provision for assuring that privacy is guaranteed, and so does ours. I was flattered to see that Representative Kessler was inspired by what we did, but I also have dreams of interoperability, because the more platforms like this can talk to each other and apply the same standards, the better it is for consumers. I've attended so many legislative hearings at the State House in Augusta. I am so flattered, honored, and delighted to have finally been able to testify at one myself at this stage in what's been a pretty long and winding road for me. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions, either now or in the future.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Kreis, for your testimony. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kreis, for being here today. My question is, I think from your testimony, you indicated that the costs for this database and program are not yet determined. However, if they have been determined, it sounds like the utilities will be paying that cost as they are setting up the database. Do you have any estimate on what that amount of money will be? And I'm going to assume, as in Maine, that would go to New Hampshire ratepayers. Is that also?
It is perfectly clear in our bill that the ultimate cost of this will be passed through to ratepayers. I do have some preliminary cost estimates, but unfortunately they're confidential we are going to put out a request for proposals, and we don't want to give a hint to the RFP responders what we think it might cost to build this. But ultimately, we are doing this RFP process as a way of determining, what the market for these kinds of projects thinks the cost will be. And there is, as I said, the opportunity for our PUC to say, nope, that is too expensive. Where the PUC doesn't have the authority to cancel the project, but it does have the authority to defer it if it considers the cost to be not reasonable. I'm sorry, that's sort of a non-answer to your question, but that's the best I can do.
Thank you. I'm not surprised by the answer.
Thank you. Follow up, or are you all set? Any other questions? I have one, and at the risk of revealing my ignorance, can you say what the green button is and why that's such a cool thing?
The green button was an initiative that dates back to the Obama administration, and it has its origins in the Federal Department of Energy, and it is a program to promote, I would say, uniformity in data exchange around public utilities and their customers. And there are two levels of green button. There's green button, there's an access my data level, and there's a connect my data level. Right now, almost every utility I know of uses the green button standard. So you can go on the utility's website, hit what is supposed to be actually a green button, and just download data that they have on file that they have compiled about your usage. That's primitive from the standpoint of where we'd like to take all this. The better standard is the connect my data standard, which allows for data access in something close to real time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Barry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crease. Great to meet you, and I'm very impressed by this work. Can you just give us a little bit more of a concrete example of how, for example, a given municipality might use this, or a given commercial enterprise, perhaps like a developer or landlord?
Thank you. That is an excellent question and takes me into an area I would love to cover with you. One of the key aspects of our bill is making aggregated data available through the platform to municipalities, where we have a burgeoning community power aggregation program in New Hampshire, in which enlightened municipalities basically take all the electric load in their communities and do creative and cool things with it. In order to really provide great services like green energy and energy management to customers within the municipality, the municipalities need to be able to plan their programs, and to plan their programs, they need aggregated data from customers so that they can see what the load shape is, for example, in their community, when they're going to need energy, and how to manage it. So that's the aggregated level of this. At the individual customer level, you might want to invest $10,000 in a complete energy efficiency makeover of your home to drastically reduce your energy costs. And it helps if the contractor that you decide to work with to help you do that is able to zap into a platform like this and essentially download all kinds of detailed information about how you and your family use your electricity on a hour to hour or 15-minute to 15-minute basis, depending on how sophisticated the meters you have in your state are. So this enables a whole bunch of innovative services, frankly, many of which haven't been quite invented yet because there's so much technological evolution happening in the energy world right now.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for being with us today. We're delighted to have had your presence, albeit virtually.
I look forward to watching how this progresses through your process.
And I think up next we have, speaking for this bill, is Julie Rosenbach, and I see that she's already on our Zoom. So Julie, if you will introduce yourself and take your 3 minutes, please.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Vitelli and Representative Berry and members of the EUT committee. I am the Sustainability Director for the City of South Portland, and I'm here today to speak strongly in favor of LD 1666. Quite frankly, this is one of our priority bills as we move forward with our climate action plan and all of the programs we're putting forward for sustainability. So in 2018, both Portland and South Portland adopted ambitious climate goals, announcing our intention to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and transition to clean energy. We know that accomplishment of these goals will require rapid yet practical actions that decarbonize our existing building stock. Quite simply, this cannot be accomplished without technology and innovation that empowers consumers, businesses, municipalities, and utilities to take advantage of an evolving two-way grid. I hope you hear over and over again that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And this is the most simple reflection of that. Today, access to utility data or lack thereof is the biggest consistent barrier for the City of South Portland in tracking our progress and planning for a clean energy future. A couple of examples are when we were developing our joint climate action plan with Portland, we were trying to get data to measure our energy consumption citywide, and it was an extremely difficult process. We were forced to make several informed estimates and assumptions about energy consumption in our cities. In the coming years, we know that more municipalities are doing climate action plans and are trying to track their energy use and emissions data. And it cannot be done without technology that keeps pace with the demands. Overcoming the limitations to data access is necessary for implementing building performance policies, expanding distributed energy resources and tracking emissions. In all of the projects that we have done, the most consistent barrier was access to usable data on energy consumption. And this is something that we believe should be readily available, albeit protected, but readily available to people who are making decisions to move into the clean energy future. In the absence of technology and data innovation, we're not taking advantage of the full capabilities of energy data originating at the meter level. And this is after CMP put in smart meters in all buildings. If we can fully utilize this data, we can take more advantage of portfolio scale efficiency improvements and grid scale infrastructure planning, all in addition to shaping municipal, regional, or state level climate action planning. Lastly, a centralized energy platform would efficiently connect data sources with data seekers. This is important. LD 1666 effectively engages all relevant parties from the outset of platform development to address technical, legal, and financial barriers inherent in customer and utility-facing data. In doing so, LD 1666 sets up a process whereby consumers, businesses, utilities, and municipalities can fully realize the operational benefits from improved data access without sacrificing customer privacy and unreasonable cost to ratepayers. This is not starting from scratch, or as you heard, our neighbors in New Hampshire are in the process of implementing their platform. We've already been engaging in technical discussions with CMP around data sharing and privacy. Now is the time to use this momentum and lead us into the technological change as a way to secure benefits for all energy consumers. Thank you very much.
Perfectly timed. Thank you very much, Julie. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us today and for your testimony. And I believe next up we have Rob Wood. Rob, would you join us, please?
Yes, hi. Thank you so much, Senator Vitelli and Chair Berry and other members of the committee. It's great to see you today. Rob Wood with the Nature Conservancy in Maine, testifying in general support of LD 1666. I submitted written testimony and in more detail. I'll just keep it at a pretty high level right now. First, just want to say, really appreciate the leadership of Representative Kessler in bringing the bill forward, as well as the cities of Portland and South Portland. TNC has been doing a lot of work on grid modernization over the past couple of years. And I think one of our key learnings from that work is that good data and accessible data is pretty fundamental to the modern grid that we are going to need to meet the state's clean energy and climate goals. And so fundamentally, this bill is about making data more accessible to consumers, and we think that's a good thing. In particular, we think it's important that that Connect My Data standard is in place, because that does allow for the direct provision of energy data to third-party energy service providers, which can support load flexibility, which we believe is going to be really important in the future, both for enabling clean energy and reducing the need for new transmission and distribution infrastructure investment, which is good for ratepayers and good for the environment. And also that direct provision of data to third-party energy service providers can support traditional energy efficiency, which is also going to be really important, and especially in newer applications like you've heard in the commercial building sector, which is a tough kind of sector to crack when we're thinking about reducing carbon emissions. And so we think it's really important that data be available in new ways to support energy efficiency for that commercial building sector. The last point I would want to make is we did have one kind of idea for strengthening the bill, not critical, but we do, getting back to the point about good and accessible data, an energy data platform is really only going to be as good as the data that is being provided to the platform. And so the bill does require the utilities to provide the data for the platform. But we do think it could make sense to also add a provision around kind of incentivizing or enabling or requiring the utilities to invest in the information systems and information technology systems that are important to establishing good data on the front end. So the advanced metering infrastructure is one part of that, but there's also the kind of internal IS and IT systems that are important and that others have spent a lot of time thinking about. And we would encourage a provision that would require investment in those systems to get the most out of the data that is collected through the advanced metering infrastructure and then provided to the energy data platform. So that's all I have, and thanks for the opportunity to support the bill and to testify.
Great. Thank you, Rob. Are there questions for Mr. Wood from the committee? And you have submitted this as written testimony, you said.
I have. Thank you. Yeah, I have.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I think the final person here to testify in favor is Troy Moon. Troy, would you please join us and offer your remarks?
Indeed. Thank you very much, Senator Fratelli and Representative Berry and other members of the committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify in favor of this bill. As Julie, my colleague in South Portland, mentioned, this is a priority bill for us because we found that lack of access to meaningful data has been a very large hindrance to our efforts to implement our climate action plan. And I want to give a...
Sorry, we can see you, but are you able to join us to live video?
I'm sorry. There we go. I got my mic on, but I forgot the camera. So,
thank you.
Thank you. So I want to provide a specific example of one of the barriers we've been facing, and that's to do with implementing our energy benchmarking and disclosure ordinance. Portland is the first city in Maine to adopt such an ordinance, and it requires all property owners with buildings that are 20,000 square feet or more to calculate their energy and water consumption each year and submit it to the Sustainability Office. This exercise serves to educate building owners about how much energy they use to operate their buildings and provides important information to them about where they might find opportunities to save energy, which will save them money and reduce their emissions. Cities across the country have adopted programs like this, and they have been very effective in reducing energy consumption in commercial buildings. According to the Institute for Market Transformation, buildings in the US that benchmark over a 3-year time span, have seen about a 2.5% decrease in energy consumption every year. So in a city like Portland, where 60% of our community-wide emissions are from buildings, we need to implement every conservation measure we can to achieve our climate goals. So in Portland, about 800 buildings are subject to this ordinance, and about 600 of those are multi-tenant properties, and that's kind of where the problem starts. These owners aren't able to access aggregated information about their buildings that they need to comply with our ordinance. So that means that they aren't able to comply. Prospective tenants have no way to know what their energy costs may be, and we have no way to target information about energy efficiency measures to these building owners. So at this point, we're only requiring the other 200 who are basically like at large hotels or schools or warehouses or that sort of thing to report at this time. We've been working with CMP for 4 years or so to help get access to this data, and we have yet to be successful. They're continuing to work with us. We provide information to them about other utilities that have created such platforms. Boston and Cambridge, for instance, work with their utility Eversource, who has been able to create such a platform. And now the property owners in Cambridge, for instance, 95% of them are reporting their data. And so when building owners have access to the data, they use it to comply and they make investment decisions about their properties. And we've heard from other people testifying that the use case for this data goes well beyond just complying with benchmarking ordinances. There's so many innovations that can be unleashed by providing meaningful data at the aggregated level. And so just to wrap up, achieving our local, state, and climate our goals depend on wise and efficient use of energy, which depends on accurate, up-to-date information. Our utilities collect vast amounts of this data through their metering systems that, again, as Representative Berry noted, that were paid for by ratepayers and taxpayers. And since the ratepayers paid for this technology, let's give them access to the data that it produces. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moon. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
And we will now switch, I believe, Jordan, to neither for nor against. And first up with us is our esteemed public advocate, Mr. Barry Hobbins.
Thank you very much, Senator, for that compliment. My name is Barry Hobbins. As you know, I'm the public advocate for Maine, and I represent the Office of the Public Advocate. And I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 1666. The OPA really does commend Representative Kessler for submitting this bill. And after speaking with him, it is clear that he has been following the progress of these data platforms across the nation and is modeling this proposal after one that was passed by the New Hampshire legislature, having been drafted and shepherded through the legislature by my colleague in New Hampshire, Don Creese. And I was glad to see that he is part of the equation, and I hope he continues to be involved, giving added information throughout the process of how the plan will be implemented. Let me just say that however, that we have some issues, and the Office of Public Advocate does believe there is a possible risk for implementing such a platform that could be, unless really vetted, cost prohibitive. The office would like to note that many believe smart meters would allow customers access to energy use data that would allow them to change their consumption decisions. Instead, they added expenses with minimal long-term benefits. Many then believe that if a new updated billing system were implemented, that would allow this functionality, but they did not. And they too expense with no immediate benefit. The OPA believes information on energy usage is vital to good policy, and are optimistic this proposal regarding data performance can succeed where smart meters unfortunately have fallen short. I'm going to not read or present all my testimony. You can read it, but I do want to bring up a possible alternative And despite the designation by the sponsor of the PUC as the entity administering this data platform, it is the opinion of the Office of the Public Advocate that housing this platform at Efficiency Main Trust should be considered if this bill does move forward, and if EMT is amenable to such an undertaking. Their main focus is supposed to be to help individuals, businesses, and consumers and communities reach their energy efficiency goals. This is not the goal of the PUC or the primary mission. The trust already has direct access to interval data from the electric utilities, which would make the data flow more logical than through the Public Utilities Commission. And again, that is a possible alternative that you should look at. And in conclusion, let me say that the OPA would appreciate if the committee could find a way to mitigate the potential financial impact on ratepayers and address possible concerns about consumers' privacy through amended language or other avenues. Let me say that where the state has not taken a lead, South Portland, City of South Portland and Portland has, and they've made, I think, good strides of communicating after a lot of hard work and a little pushback from the utilities. So I'm pleased that they have taken a lead, and I really commend them. But I do hope that this bill should be looked at very carefully. I think it's a good idea, but it needs to be vetted and possibly studied further. New Hampshire language is very appropriate in that they have some safeguards and some back information that is needed before it is implemented, and we should think about the same thing. But I commend the sponsor, and I'm glad my colleague Don Kreis came up here to Maine. He considers Maine his second home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbins, for your remarks. Are there any questions from the committee?
Okay.
Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us, and thank you for those suggestions.
Thank you, Senator.
I believe next up we have Garrett Corbin. Good morning, Garrett.
Morning, Senator Vitelli, Representative Berry, and EUT committee members. As you know, my name is Garrett Corbin. You're testifying this morning neither for nor against LD 1666 on behalf of the Maine Public Utilities Commission. I'm going to not review the part of the testimony that describes what the bill does at this point, and just proceed to letting you know that the Commission understands the importance of collecting and providing energy usage data third parties to allow individuals, communities, efficiency vendors, and others to help with climate goals, renewable goals, and overall improved energy efficiency for Maine citizens and businesses. The Commission is also very concerned about protecting the privacy of ratepayer information and is pleased to see terms in this act that no individual customer data will be shared without the express consent of the customer. The Commission would suggest that the committee consider having the Commission conduct a request for information for the platform proposed by the Act. An RFI would ask information technology vendors to provide information on initial pricing to implement one of these energy data platforms or EDPs, as well as the ongoing cost of operating and maintaining the EDP. Our request for information would also ask vendors to identify risks or any concerns they may have with building such a platform for Maine. And the RFI would also ask vendors for their thoughts on impacts to the platform when a utility implements a new billing system. The Commission could put together the RFI in conjunction with the Office of Maine Information Technology, also known as Maine IT, based on our knowledge of the billing systems used by Maine's gas and electric utilities, as well as the details of this bill, including the specified interface and certification requirements. In discussing this legislation with Maine IT, we were certain that vendor community would be very interested in and responsive to an RFI like this. Maine IT indicated that an EDP could cost up to $2 million to build and implement, excluding ongoing maintenance. The Commission's assessment for investor-owned electric utilities and natural gas utilities for this year, 2021, is $7.74 million. Therefore, a $2 million EDP would increase the Commission's assessment to these utilities by approximately 26%. Once the RFI was completed, the Commission would have a much better sense of any major issues that would need to be worked out with utilities to write a detailed and thorough RFP for the platform. For example, given how quickly technology is changing, there could be a vendor that proposes a creative, cost-effective solution that might meet all of the requirements of the RFI, but not the specific interface standards. So vendors might also know of issues that have arisen from implementing these solutions in other regions, counties, or states, if not countries. Those are the kinds of things that would be helpful to know in advance of issuing an RFP. Having fact-based information on the estimated costs and associated timeframe to build and maintain the EDP, as well as other data from the RFI, would serve as the basis for an RFP that would procure the actual energy data platform. The Commission, to recap, believes that the RFI approach is the best path forward and feels that it could be completed so that results could be given to your committee by January 31st of next year. And we're available to answer questions and plan to attend the work session too.
Thank you very much, Garrett. So far, you win the prize for alphabet soup in your presentation.
Right.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Corbin, for being here. 26% increase in your assessment for utilities for this, to provide this. That's a one-time assessment, I believe, increase. However, that's still a fairly significant amount. I'm wondering, does the PUC have any thoughts on if it might be less expensive to follow the same route that the New Hampshire Office of Public Advocate has followed, which is the utilities would pay, obviously, at the expense of ratepayers to make this happen. Any thoughts on that, or maybe for the work session you could provide some guesstimate on whether it would be less expensive going that route or to have the PUC do it here in Maine? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Representative Foster. Yeah, I'm honestly not sure right now whether there would be savings going that route, but I'm happy to try to discuss that with the utilities too prior to work session.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Corbin, for being here today. And we go next to James Cody. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Vitelli, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. My name is James Cody, and I'm here today again on behalf of Versant Power, neither for nor against LD 1666. As Mr. Kreis earlier indicated, many utilities are already utilizing the green button standard. And in that spirit, we wanted to report to you that Versant Power is currently offering customers secure access within their customer portal in the Bangor Hydro District to be able to download and share their detailed electricity usage data utilizing the green button functionality. And this follows, as you've heard, a standardized reporting format. Just a quick side note, one of the members of the company yesterday showed me what that report looks like. She actually printed her own personal green button report. And it was interesting to look at. You could actually see some of the real-time data in that report, although I am not the expert in interpreting what all of that meant. The company is also currently in the process of confirming that the functionality remains consistent with current green button standards, as it's been several years since this program was initially offered. Once the company's IT upgrade is complete, the service will also be available to customers in the Maine Public Service District, which, as you all know, is in northern Maine. Versant believes that providing customers with relevant data empowers them to make decisions that best satisfy their needs and desired outcomes, whether that be pricing, technology, location, or other important attributes. Versant believes that this transparency is an important and key component of service in our territory. Just one note for consideration as the committee deliberates on this policy going forward. We think it's important, as you've heard from the PUC and others, to be able to engage in a conversation about how to avoid redundancy and any duplicativeness as a result of what the utilities may already be doing and what the state wants to do going forward. Obviously, not knowing what other utilities are doing, some of this capability is available in Versant territory. And so let's utilize some of that expertise and existing infrastructure to build whatever the state may want to do going forward, which may help reduce or eliminate some costs on ratepayers. I think that's it. I'm just checking my notes. I appreciate the time. And obviously, as somebody that is working through the green button standard and offering it to our customers, we're more than happy to be part of the work session. And I will just note that I am double checking to confirm if our green button program is consistent and compliant with the Connect My Data Access standard. So once I get that information, I'll be happy to report back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cody, for your testimony. I just wanted to, you may have intimated the answer to this a moment ago, but I'm not entirely clear on what the Connect My Data system will do. But what I didn't hear in your testimony was whether Versant has been able to make the data which belongs to the customer, the customer who works for Versant. You gave an example. I understand that people can access their own data, but I think the challenge here and the problem we're trying to solve with this bill is to allow municipalities to receive aggregated data that belongs to customers and that would otherwise not be made available to the municipalities, so they can make better planning decisions or conservation decisions, to allow a building owner whose customers pay the bills and who might be, a number of retail businesses in a shopping mall, who might be a number of tenants in an apartment building in Bangor. Those customers own that data, and the building owner, who could potentially be making very significant improvements in their energy systems, can't access that data because it doesn't belong to them. So what I didn't hear in your testimony was whether what Versant is doing is already solving that problem, or is this bill, in your estimation, what is needed to close that gap and to solve that problem?
Yeah, thank you for that, Representative Berry. And I agree. There is probably a gap in terms of that access for municipalities or other third-party stakeholders. And what I don't know is how to solve that gap in terms of what we offer now, and then how to parlay that into something that's useful for the public and those third parties. So the best I can tell you right now is we're happy to be part of that conversation. And my only thinking on this, as I was listening to other speakers earlier, is obviously the data exists now and it exists for individual customers. Is there a way to capitalize that for the benefit of others in a way that reduces or eliminates redundancy and cost? So we're happy to work on that and be part of that dialogue going forward. And obviously, we believe this is sort of a policy decision for the legislature and others to make in terms of how we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cody. I'm wondering if for the work session, you could provide us with a properly redacted copy of one of the green button reports that you referred to. And also, if you could, if it's possible, give us an estimate of what costs are passed on to the ratepayer for having that program available to them. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think I've already got half of that solved for you, Representative Foster, and I'll work on the other half.
Thank you, Representative Grohowski.
Thank you. This is a bad question, but I just wanted to let you know that I was able to log into my Versant account. I did find a place where there was a green button. I never knew it existed. It basically spits out a CSV file of every hour, what is my usage. So I'm gonna have fun making some graphs. So thank you for pointing that out. I don't know that it's, and Versant, I would note, does email me every week and shows me what my usage patterns are by day, which is also interesting. So I do think there's something here that could easily be aggregated into something more, I would hope. So just wanted to throw that out to the committee. That's what I've been up to. Not a question, my apologies.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, James, for being with us today. And we'll now turn to Michael Stoddard.
Good morning, Senator Vitelli, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I'm the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust, and I'm testifying today on LD 1666, neither for nor against. I guess the easiest way to sum up my position is one of confusion. I'm confused. Perhaps there are clear answers to what is causing me confusion, and if that were to emerge, then I would be able to see it differently. But there's a few things I just can't quite figure out about this. The first is we're hearing from Mr. Cody and that Versant has something that appears to provide the data to customers with their consent. And it doesn't extend through their entire territory yet, but it sounds like it's on its way there. In our experience with Central Maine Power, they have the Energy Manager portal, which has a green button function also. And as I understand, it can be used. So I'm just not clear on what it is that this central repository would have that would be different than what those two utilities either currently offer or in the process of adding. Maybe there's an obvious answer to that and I'm just missing it. The second question I have is that the challenge that I understand Portland and South Portland have had comes when there are tenants in large commercial buildings who either haven't given their consent or are hard to reach to get their consent. And so the landlord or the property manager can't simply aggregate all the different account information. And because this bill in section 1 in 123(1) sub E still requires, in order to maintain privacy, it still requires that you get the express consent of the utility customer. I just don't understand how this bill makes that challenge go away. Again, maybe I'm missing it, maybe it's right under my nose, but it seems to me that they're still going to have the same challenge they've been facing for the last several years. So maybe somebody can explain that to me. And then the final area of my confusion is if that does fix it, if that does solve the challenge they've been facing, what is the advantage of putting it all at a new central repository instead of and having to pay for it all over again? Because it feels to me like the utilities are building the capacity. And if that's the fix, why not just order the utilities to do it and pay for it once instead of paying for it a second time to rebuild it and have the additional exposure of potential privacy risks in a second location? So maybe there are obvious answers to that, but those are just some questions that I would put forward and explain our reason for being neither for nor against. Thanks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for those questions. And are there other questions? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. So I'm not going to try to answer your question. I'm going to ask you a question about your question, which is, are you aware of any system by which a municipality can currently gather data from willing customers who are willing to share their utility data, can gather data as a municipality and look for opportunities to reach out and help people, whether they're businesses or residential homeowners or apartment dwellers, to improve their energy consumption patterns.
So the two folks who testified from Portland and South Portland would be better positioned to answer that question than I, and I suspect they have the information.
What I'm hearing is no.
I'm sorry?
I'm hearing from them that doesn't exist. So my question is, does such a system exist? I understand I can get my own data, but how can a municipality get aggregated data at present?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer from the perspective of a municipality, but I do want to be clear. There are third parties who get this data. The premise of your question seems to be that nobody other than the customer themselves can get this data, and that is just not correct in my understanding. The utilities I would take to be the authorities on this, but ESCOs, an energy service company, can get the consent of its customer and go in there and get the data and use it. And they do that, I believe, quite regularly. The third-party competitive suppliers who are preparing to buy contracts of supply to meet the load of their competitive customers also are able to get the data and, as I understand it, and aggregate that load so they know how many kWh they have to buy and when they have to supply it. So I believe there is precedent for third parties getting access to this data. I don't know if it is all the data that the towns would want. I don't know if it's in the same form. I don't know if there's some other restrictions, but I believe there's precedent for it being done.
A follow-up, if I may. So the examples of ESCOs and the folks who are able to help a business, a school district, are those not all single customer examples, or maybe 1, 2, or 3? I mean, I'm thinking about a municipality that might have thousands of customers.
If the bill as written requires consent from every individual utility customer, then you're not changing anything. It's the same thing. They're going to have to go door to door and get permission from every single one of them. So I don't see how that's different from what an ESCO would be doing. You just would have to spend the time to do the legwork.
Okay, I'd like to pursue this more offline. We'll thank you.
Thank you. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Mr. Stoddard, for being here. And I appreciate your concern of the possible duplication of effort and the extra costs that might be incurred. And my question is, are you aware that very soon there's an opening at the public advocate office that might use your help?
I had heard about that, and while I am sad about that coming up, I hadn't given it that thought, Representative.
Thank you. Without further questions, I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being with us today, Mr. Stoddard, and we will now go to Linda Ball.
Good morning. I'm Linda Ball, testifying neither for nor against LD 1666 on behalf of CMP. CMP supports the goal of providing customers with safe access to their own usage information in ways that is helpful to them to make educated decisions about how to use their power. And we've actually been working quite hard over the years to do exactly that. As you've heard today, CMP currently offers customers access to their own data through our free Energy Manager platform that allows customers with smart meters to view their own usage data down to hourly increments. They can compare their usage to similar households, and they can see savings tips to help them reduce usage. Customers can also download their interval data from the CMP website using Download My Data buttons. We are adding green button technology in 2022, which will allow customers to choose to share their usage information with third-party providers. And also in 2022, and I think this is the interesting part, CMP is going to be adding the ability for customers to automatically share their own usage data with the Energy Star Portfolio Manager, which is a federal digital platform that allows customers to view and benchmark all of their different utility information in a single platform. So for instance, their gas, their water, and their electricity if they choose to. CMP encourages the committee, as did Versant and Efficiency Main Trust and others to think about how to avoid duplicating costs and efforts for Maine customers, and to consider how to leverage or incorporate existing platforms like CMP's Energy Manager and like Versant's individual platform. One of our concerns is that if customers have access to their own data through Energy Manager and they have access through a state platform, there could be differences in how information is presented or differences in timing that could cause customer confusion or customer doubt about the accuracy of that information. Even if it's all correct, it's just presented differently. So I think things for the committee to think about as we move this forward. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you for your timely. Representative Barry.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this question of you for the work session, Ms. Ball, and I trust that Efficiency Main Trust and Versant are also listening, and I'll extend this invitation to them as well. My question is for the work session. Could you please provide the committee with any examples of aggregated customer usage data that has been, or any kind of analysis that's similar, that may have been provided to municipalities who are seeking to improve efficiency and conservation in their area? Just so we can understand what is already being done, because it sounds like a lot's being done, and I'd like to see some examples of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ball, for being here. Could you also provide us with a properly redacted statement from your program, and also what you expect or estimate the cost pass on to the ratepayer for that program would be? Thank you.
Certainly.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Ball, for being with us this morning. And we will now turn to Steve Hudson.
Thank you very much, Senator Vitelli. Excuse me. Senator Vitelli, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am Stephen Hudson. I'm a partner with Purdy Flaherty, and I'm here today representing the Industrial Energy Consumer Group. The committee knows us well, but for those listening, we are a large group of large energy consumers, and we try to work on both climate mitigation as well as lowering the cost of energy and ensuring that what we spend ratepayer money on is an efficient use of that money. Our biggest concern about this bill is the fact that for many of our members, their energy usage is considered both proprietary and commercially sensitive, and especially if you're talking about a small town in rural Maine with a large industrial facility in it, it'd be very easy for someone to, even if the municipality intends to keep the information confidentially, once it's aggregated, it'll probably get out, and then it'll be easy to back calculate in terms of whose usage is what. So we would ask that whatever you do here, that you exempt transmission and sub-transmission level customers from this program and from any customer assessment. I think we heard it was estimated that the capital cost would be $2 million and a 26% increase in utility assessments just for the establishment of it. That doesn't even go into the operations and maintenance of the platform going forward. It may be very useful for residential customers to have aggregated access for their municipalities and other purposes. We're not going to debate that. That's for those other ratepayers and their representatives to discuss. I would note that that ratepayers are already paying these investor-owned utilities that are talking to you about the wonderful things they're doing. We are paying for those wonderful things. So I think customers have a right to that information, and making them pay more for it ought to be carefully reviewed before doing it. But in any event, we hope that that you will consider our request that TNSD customers be exempted from this, the requirements of this bill. Thank you. And I don't see the Senator Vitelli.
I apologize. That was my cue to begin sharing, and I missed my cue. Are there any questions for Mr. Hudson? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and we will go on to hear from Kenneth Capron. Forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong. The floor is yours.
You're one of the few people who have pronounced my name properly.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Berry and Senator Vitale. I'm just a consumer at this point, although I have a good deal of interest in what smart meters can and can't do and the information they provide. And I'm curious if anyone has looked to see what data is collected by the smart meters, which would then be aggregated in some way. One of the advantages of smart meters is it's very hard to hack a lot of people when everybody's got their own little computer keeping track of their energy use. However, once you start to aggregate that data, it becomes a little bit more accessible and a few less layers of security that you have to deal with. If I was a hacker and I wanted to check on a company, I'd have to actually get down to the nitty-gritty of what the access code is for their smart meter. So I'm just curious if we knew what data was being collected, we would know what was at risk. And the minute you start to accumulate that data in a central database, an Oracle database, for example, you can just download the whole database and you have more information than you want. So I'm not sure what data is being collected, what is being put at risk. I suspect, and listening to both CMP and Versant, I suspect they already have that data accumulated in some way or another, and are using it for internal purposes and planning and so forth. And so I'm not sure why there would be, for example, a $2 million price tag to simply pull pieces out of an existing database to put into a new one. Database management is an art, but it's not it doesn't require you to be a rocket scientist. So my concern is the privacy of people. I mean, if I was running a meth lab, would the ability of this aggregated data show that there's this high energy usage on the last house on Main Street? I'm curious what else could this data be used for that is unanticipated, unexpected consequences? That was more of a question than a comment, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Capron. And are there any questions for Kenneth? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your joining us and your testimony. I believe that concludes testimony on LD 1666. Please do submit written testimony at the testimony submission link at legislature.maine.gov if you have not already done so. We very much appreciate written testimony. It is our way of building the legislative record, which is sometimes important in interpreting the law later on. It is 11:19 and the committee is overdue for a coffee break, even though we did start a little late. So what I'd like to do is take a 15-minute break right now, come back and begin the next hearing. And I encourage you to have a little snack. We'll probably push through till 1 or so to break for lunch. So I'll see you all in 15 minutes. Please turn off your video and audio. Okay, welcome back. And our attendance is a little low, but fortunately we have YouTube to help us and written testimony as well. We are going to continue with our public hearings here on the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. And next up in the public hearing roster is LD 1682, which is an act to require consideration of climate and equity impacts by the Public Utilities Commission. The bill will be presented by its sponsor, a former member of this committee, Representative Vicky Dudera. Welcome.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for having me. And I don't see Senator Lawrence, but I will say greetings to you, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Vicky Dudera. I represent House District 94, the towns of Camden, Islesboro, and Rockport. I'm here today to present LD 1682, an act to require consideration of climate and equity impacts by the Public Utilities Commission. When three-time Super Bowl champion and former Dallas Cowboy Emmitt James Smith III was inducted to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2010, he thanked one of his high school coaches for a piece of advice that proved pivotal to his success. The league's all-time rusher was told, "It's only a dream until you write it down, and then it becomes a goal." Here in Maine, we have a critically important set of goals, published 5 months ago, a plan that has the potential to help us address what may be the most pressing long-term problem our state has ever faced: preparing for and mitigating the effects of climate change. Maine won't wait. The 4-year climate action plan from the Maine Climate Council took the dreams of scientists, industry leaders, elected officials, and engaged citizens and synthesized them into a set of written goals to reduce carbon emissions and achieve carbon neutrality in Maine by 2045. The report also stipulates that future climate actions are to have a focus on protecting and supporting vulnerable communities who are most at risk from climate disruption. Now the time has come to take the goals in that plan and run with them by making them priorities. And a critical way to do that is by empowering our state agencies to emphasize climate and equity impacts, to hold these considerations in the same regard as others, such as cost and adequate service. LD 1682 gets the ball rolling by focusing on the Public Utilities Commission, an agency whose future decisions are critical to achieving the goals in our climate action plan. As the regulator of 430 electric, gas, telephone, and water utilities and districts in our state, the PUC is uniquely positioned to help us advance climate and equity impacts. As members of this committee well know, the PUC is tasked with 3 regulatory priorities: ensuring safe, reasonable, and adequate service, assisting in minimizing the cost of energy available to the state's consumers, and ensuring that the rates of public utilities subject to rate relegation are just and reasonable. LD 1682 adds 2 additional concerns: reducing greenhouse gas emissions to meet the reduction goals already in statute, and addressing and mitigating disproportionate energy burdens on environmental and justice populations, frontline communities, and utility customers who are underserved by policies, programs, and systems due to geography, race, income, or other socioeconomic factors. Time out, you might be saying. Doesn't the PUC already take climate and social justice considerations into account? The answer is yes. There are certainly instances in which our current PUC has factored in these issues, but that might not always be the case in the future. Unless the PUC is charged with considering climate inequity, unless it has the authority to do so, it does not need to do so. And we cannot be sure these critically important considerations will continue to occur. LD 1682 includes definitions for the terms environmental justice populations, and frontline communities. I recognize that this language may require more input from key players. I look forward to working with the co-chairs of the Climate Council's Equity Subcommittee and other stakeholders to get these definitions right. Speaking of stakeholders, I want to take a quick minute to thank the Environmental Priorities Coalition for designating LD 1682 as a priority bill, and I appreciate the many thoughtful hours these organizations have dedicated. A special thank you to the Acadia Center, located in my district. Jeff Marks and Dan Sosland came to me with the idea for this important legislation and have been my MVPs. It's only a dream until you write it down, and then it becomes a goal. A goal is an objective we work towards with effort and determination, but a priority is what rises to the top of the playbook. LD 1682 enables one of our most important state agencies to prioritize climate and equity, to put them front and center so that Maine can score points against a formidable foe, climate change. Thanks very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Dodera. Are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I know you have a busy day in ENR as well. Thank you for hopping over and joining us, and we'll let you beam back over to your other important work there.
Great. Well, I'll be listening in. I'll be listening in here too. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, 1 year in each committee. I don't know how people do that. We will go next to testimony in support of the bill, and that will begin with David Costello of NRCM. And as always, I'll be reminding people if you reach your 3 minutes and ask you to summarize at that time so the committee has a chance to ask questions. Mr. Costello. And you're muted.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you, Representative Berry and members of the committee. My name is David Costello. I'm the Climate and Clean Energy Program Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm testifying today in support of LD 1682. To reduce the most severe health, environmental, and economic impacts of climate change, the world must cut greenhouse gas emissions by almost half by 2030. That's the position of the overwhelming majority of climate scientists and health professionals and economists who study the potential impacts of climate change, including those at the University of Maine. Fortunately, Maine lawmakers, business and community leaders, and people across the state have been heeding the advice and are working hard to address climate change. And they're doing so in ways that are bolstering the health and well-being of all Maine residents. Central to this effort is the work being undertaken to accelerate Maine's transition to a future powered by local clean energy. This vital work requires significant upgrades to the state's electric grid and increased investments in solar and wind energy and storage. LD 1682 would help in advancing this essential work by requiring the Maine Public Utilities Commission to consider the full cost of climate change impacts and the benefits of Maine's clean energy transition, including appropriately valuing climate justice, public health, job creation, enhanced resilience, and the minimization of climate change impacts in their decision-making. More specifically, LD 1682 would require the PUC to consider greenhouse gas emissions in the mitigation of disproportionate energy burdens and other impacts on Maine's environmental justice and frontline communities when making important regulatory decisions. The PUC's current mandate, as outlined by Representative Dodera, centers on keeping rates low and ensuring a reliable supply of electricity. It does not require the PUC to deliberate whether or not its decisions advance Maine's climate and equity goals. By requiring these considerations, LD 1682 would compel the PUC to be a more active and thoroughgoing partner in the critical work ahead. For these reasons, we urge the committee to support this important climate and equity initiative. And I thank you for your consideration and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, I appreciate you joining us. And up next is Jeff Marks of the Acadia Center. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Berry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. And thanks for the opportunity to testify today on LD 1682. And of course, special thanks to Representative Dodera for sponsoring this important bill and the co-sponsors for their support. Acadia Center is a nonprofit research and advocacy organization. We're incorporated in Rockport, Maine, to help create significant changes that support a low carbon economy across the Northeast, and hopefully with proposals that could be a model for application elsewhere. And we think LD 1682 has the potential to be one of those models for other states. My written testimony starts with a climate action plan because there are several strategies in there to reduce emissions in the transportation, buildings, electricity, and industrial sectors that are issues that the PUC deals with and will deal with in the future. Some of those are expanding beneficial electrification for heating and transportation, more procurement of clean energy supply with specific targets for offshore wind, small distributed energy resources, and energy storage. There's a piece in there on pursuing utility innovations in grid modernization and accelerating penetration of electric vehicles into the market. So we have this fantastic climate action plan. What do we do now? Action now turns to the state agencies to implement and interpret the strategies, and we need to help give them the tools to do so. When we saw the climate action plan coming together, we recognized that two things were going to need to happen to move from plan to action. One is to figure out how to fund it, and two, to figure out how to implement it. For the first, many of you and others are already working on this. In fact, there's a bill coming up later this afternoon that you're hearing to create a clean energy accelerator. For the second piece, LD 1682 is one of the first bills to help the state move forward with implementation of the plan with climate requirements and equity needs in mind. We thought we'd start with the Public Utilities Commission, considering their outsized impact on clean energy projects and regulation and potential climate benefits. If we're really going to electrify the entire economy, buildings and transportation, and using a clean, renewable, decarbonized electricity grid, and do it in the most equitable way, the PUC must consider climate in its decision-making. And as Representative Dudera mentioned earlier, the PUC is charged now to keep rates low, ensure reliable supply, and allow utilities the opportunity to earn a profit on their business. That's it, and that's how it's been for a long time. Those three things are still important. They'll remain important, but climate and equity are increasingly important to consider. We've been talking about this for a while, and this bill we think will help achieve the state greenhouse gas emission targets and prioritize equity if we add these as two of its primary missions. This idea didn't come out of thin air. We've been talking with the environmental groups. The Environmental Priorities Coalition will testify in a bit. This rose to the level of a priority for that coalition. The Maine Climate Council Buildings, Infrastructure, and Housing Working Group included this concept as a recommendation in their report to the full council. And finally, I just want to mention a group that met and submitted a report last month, the Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative, shortened to MERDI. They included this PUC climate and equity reform as one of their 9 primary recommendations for grid mod and decarbonization. And this group was a very high-level stakeholder group that included both of our investor-owned utilities, current and former PUC commissioners, environmental groups, energy companies, municipalities, and state agency officials. So I urge the committee members to take a look at that report and hope you can support this bill going forward. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Marks. Any questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Marks. So I'm trying to think of who a frontline community in Maine would be. You know, so if we're talking climate change, I think of like wealthy oceanfront homeowners that maybe get affected by more frequent or stronger storms. But that doesn't seem what this bill is kind of defining. So who in Maine's specifically a frontline community? Could you give me a couple instances?
Joy, and that's a fantastic question. There's some definitions in the bill right now on environmental justice and frontline communities. I think those definitions could probably use a little bit more work just to make sure that we're focused specifically on what's most important in Maine and who is most impacted by climate and higher prices and fossil fuels and things like that. One of the definitions in here is for environmental justice, which is based on census tracts. I think there's about, I don't know the exact number on the top of my head, 300 something census tracts in the state. 46 of those would be impacted and considered EJ communities as part of that. So it's a good question. I think one of the ways that we can get to that and figure out what communities are most impacted by something like this and can be assisted by this is to work with, there's an equity subcommittee that was developed as part of the Maine Climate Council process. They're looking at climate change specifically as far as the impacts on climate, on Frontline and other communities and others. I think that subcommittee will be a very good source of advice and counsel to the PUC and others on who is most impacted and how this bill can help them going forward.
Great. Any follow-up, Representative Wadsworth? Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your joining us, and we will go on next to hear from Julie Rosenbach.
Thank you.
Back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Barry, and again, distinguished members of the EUT. I am still Julie Rosenbach, Sustainability Director for the City of South Portland, and I am here to speak in support of LD 1682. So as you may recall from my previous testimony last week, the residents and elected leadership of South Portland have a strong interest in mitigating the worst effects of climate change and transition to clean renewable energy. We have ambitious goals to move our community forward, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2050, in line with state goals. We firmly believe we can achieve these goals while minimizing long-term costs, ensuring equity, and remaining economically competitive if we have the right regulatory framework in place. Both our One Climate Future plan and the state's Maine Won't Wait plan are centered on electrifying the economy and greening electric generation. We know that this transition will require significant investments in grid expansion, distributed energy resources and storage, and that these upgrades will need to be accompanied by significant regulatory reforms. That's why we participated in the Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative that Mr. Marks just mentioned, also known as MURDI. The MURDI report includes 9 consensus-based recommendations deemed crucial for planning, building, and operating the electric grid needed to meet Maine's climate and energy requirements. Recommendation number 9 is directly addressed by LD 1682. LD 1682 will revise the PUC's mandate requiring it to consider greenhouse gas reductions in compliance with Maine's climate statute, alongside equity and environmental justice in its decision-making, bringing it in alignment with Maine's push for dramatic emissions reductions. Therefore, we join others today urging you to support LD 1682. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Rosenbach. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll ask the same question because I'm just trying to figure out who, can you give me a couple specific instances of who in Maine or would you call frontline communities that have been affected differently than the rest of the population?
Well, I can't cite the actual definition out of the bill, but what I would consider a frontline community is any communities that are more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, whether it be with more aging populations, low-income populations. The effects of climate change aren't limited to coastal communities. Power outages are going to affect people across the state. Higher heat impact days are going to affect people inland, especially as Maine doesn't have a lot of air conditioning in its homes and buildings. And believe it or not, heat-related deaths are the number one the number one impact of climate change in across the world. So I would say the frontline communities are those that are going to be more highly impacted.
Representative Wadsworth, any follow-up? Great. Important question for sure. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's turn to Kathleen Meal.
Good morning, Representative Berry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Kathleen Meal, Director of Policy and Partnerships for Maine Conservation Alliance. And I'm offering testimony today on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition. The EPC is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations that unify around a common agenda every year. We represent more than 120,000 members across the state who want to protect the good health, good jobs, and quality of life that depend on a healthy environment. And as Representative Judera mentioned in her presentation, LD 1682 is priority legislation for our coalition this year. That's because, put simply, LD 1682 is the action called for in Maine's Climate Action Plan. By specifically adding climate and equity to the responsibilities of the Public Utilities Commission, LD 1682 would empower the Commission to make policy, programmatic, and regulatory decisions that reflect our climate, health, and equity priorities. These decisions have the potential to advance an equitable low-carbon future in line with Maine's Climate Action Plan and climate law, yet the Commission is not empowered to center climate action and equity in its work. The PUC needs the tools to implement the Climate Action Plan, which represents the state's most significant and comprehensive effort to reduce climate pollution and create new jobs as part of the transition to a clean energy economy. The Climate Action Plan, as you well know, sets out strategies based on both scientific assessments of the emissions reduction levels needed to guard our economy, people, and environment from the severe impacts of climate change, and also on equity assessments of policy impacts. As the regulator of investor-owned utilities, the PUC has unique authority to advance climate and equity priorities and is critical to the success of the Climate Action Plan. Current law requires the PUC to keep utility rates low, ensure reliable supply, and allow utilities the opportunity to earn a profit on their business. If clean energy investments contemplated in the Climate Action Plan would increase rates or cut profits, the PUC may be required to reject them, regardless of how many benefits they would deliver for Maine people. Reforming the Commission's enabling statutes would allow regulators to consider the full costs and benefits of energy investments and to make decisions that appropriately value reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing public health, creating jobs, and mitigating disproportionate energy burdens on overburdened and underserved communities.
And we are at 3 minutes.
All right, well then I will just tell you that the 32 partner organizations of the EPC and our many thousands of members and supporters urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Meal. Any questions? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Ms. Mayo. So in the bill here, I see that environmental justice is defined, but I don't see that climate justice is defined. Are they the same or are they different?
It's a really good question, and one that I feel pretty confident that the new equity subcommittee of the Climate Council will tackle. There's definitely room, as Mr. Marks said in his testimony, to flesh out some of that language about vulnerable communities, environmental justice, climate justice, all of those things we would urge this committee to do and to have conversation with the equity subcommittee. I know Representative Dudera has been in conversation with the chairs of that equity subcommittee, and I'm not sure how far they've gotten in refining the language, but no, it's in the works.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we go on next to hear from Nick Batista. Welcome, Nick.
Good morning or good afternoon, I guess. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Nick Batista, and I'm offering this testimony on behalf of the Island Institute, generally in support of the ideas contained in LD 1682. Island Institute's a 38-year-old nonprofit based in Rockland. We do a lot of community development work focused on the marine economy, climate and energy work, supporting small businesses, education and leadership. Broadband's foundational to all of the work that we do. We participate in the Climate Council process in part because many of Maine's small rural communities have neither the capacity nor the regulatory tools to achieve our state's climate goals alone and need support of state institutions. We're also participating in the process because we work with communities that are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Maine's natural resource dependent communities are on the front lines of being impacted by climate change. We know these communities may also be asked to bear the burden of some of the reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I think Representative Wadsworth has asked about this a couple of times, but Vinyl Haven, Stonington, and Rockland, the total value of lobsters landed in those three communities is equal to almost all of the value of the commercial fish species landed in New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island combined for all of their species. Vinyl Haven's downtown is right at sea level. Frenchboro and Matinicus and some of the other islands have 25% of their residents holding a license for the lobster fishery. Energy costs on Monhegan and Matinicus are some of the highest in the lower 48, and often approaching the same realm as communities in Alaska. Some of those communities where you're flying in diesel. St. George and some of the other peninsula communities have 2 to 3 times the national average of self-employed people. There are wealthy people who live in our coastal communities and nice houses on the water, and there are a lot of people who work really hard for a living. And I think one of the things to think about in terms of the definitions in the bill is whether if you want to set them as a floor and then allow the PUC to work and depart upwards from them or be more inclusive than those definitions. Through consulting with the Climate Council's Equity Subcommittee, that might be a way to work through some of the definitional issues. So generally, we support the intentions of LD 1682 and happy to talk further.
Great, thank you. And any questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Batista, for that. That's helpful. That really is helpful. I appreciate that.
Great. Any other questions or appreciation? All right. Seeing none, we will go on to Rob Wood. And thanks, Nick.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Chair Berry, committee members. Rob Wood with the Nature Conservancy in Maine. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of 1682 this afternoon. And our testimony is very similar to what's already been delivered, so I won't kind of reiterate all the good points that have been made. I mean, essentially, there are a lot of facets of the PUC's decision making that have climate implications, that also have equity implications, and so we support the intention of the bill to wrap those considerations into their kind of framework moving forward. Also, fully support the idea that we should that the committee should be consulting with the equity subcommittee of the Climate Council to refine those definitions that are in the bill as well. And then it's been mentioned a couple of times, but we helped facilitate, and I've mentioned this before as well, we helped convene and facilitate a stakeholder group that was looking at grid modernization issues, and specifically looking at the question of how to build and operate the grid that's needed to achieve the state's climate and clean energy goals, and also kind of what's needed from the utility regulators and the utilities to help get us there. And that to the question of kind of what's needed from utility regulators, and there was a lot of discussion about how do we kind of incorporate climate into that fundamental decision-making kind of framework, and that kind of all of the decisions that the Public Utilities Commission makes. And this bill is kind of the one way of getting at that. And so we're supportive of the goals of the bill, and thanks for the opportunity to support it, and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us, and we'll go on to hear from Robert Howe.
Thank you, Chair Barry. Good afternoon, barely, to you and members of the committee. I'm Robert Howe. I reside in Brunswick, former member of the Committee on Energy, and I'm the registered lobbyist for the Maine chapter of Sierra Club. You have written testimony on Sierra Club letterhead written by Patricia Rubert Nason of Fort Kent. Like much of the testimony submitted on behalf of the Sierra Club, it's done by volunteer members, but she wasn't able to speak, so I'm not going to read it. I'm going to offer a couple of comments, if I may. Achieving the state's climate goals is of the utmost urgency, and given the present role of our electric grid, a role that will have to expand greatly if we're going to meet our climate goals and electrify everything. The law governing the Public Utilities Commission should make it its role in this endeavor very explicit. I note that in Chairman Bartlett's testimony, which you may have read already, he says that the PUC's regulatory practices today are not inconsistent with the goals of LD 1298, and that's great insofar as it goes. But as Representative Dodera noted, it's not written down, it's not a goal. Not necessarily, unless those in office at the time see it that way. But the urgency of a warming climate requires making these goals essential and embodied in statute as a critical regulatory practice. I note also that Chairman Bartlett asked for more specificity with regard to the mitigation of energy burden and environmental justice. And these concepts, seems to me, are not as susceptible to quantitative analysis as other concepts the PUC deals with, such as what's the amount of the reduction in carbon emissions we can achieve with a certain measure. So I think those concepts do warrant a little more clarity, and I'm pleased to hear that others are working on this. So in conclusion, Sierra Club urges your support of this bill and to make whatever changes are needed to make it fully implementable. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. Glad to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate you joining us. We'll go on to hear from Steve Clemmer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Representative Barry and other members of the committee. My name is Steve Clemmer. I am the Director of Energy Research and Analysis for the Union of Concerned Scientists in our Climate and Energy Program. UCS is the nation's leading science-based nonprofit organization with more than 500,000 supporters, including more than 2,500 in Maine. I offer this testimony today in support of LD 1682. And here are a couple of reasons. First, LD 1682 can help ensure that the electricity sector plays a key role in achieving Maine's emission reduction and clean energy targets. As others have said, the Maine PUC is really critical to this success of Maine's climate action plan. In addition to its statutory obligation to ensure utilities provide safe, reliable, and affordable electricity, we believe that the PUC has an essential role to play to ensure that the grid is planned, built, and operated in a way that achieves deep cuts in emissions and reduces pollution and energy burdens in disadvantaged communities. As others have said, the electricity sector is the linchpin of economy-wide decarbonization. We need to decarbonize transportation, buildings, and industrial processes with low carbon or zero carbon power. And that's really the key to helping reduce emissions in those sectors. The modeling that was conducted by Synapse Energy Economics for the Maine Climate Action Plan showed that greater deployment of these solutions could more than double electricity demand in Maine over the next 30 years. They also found that a significant increase in wind and solar, energy storage, transmission, and other grid infrastructure would be needed to meet this increase in demand. LD 1682 would help ensure that the PUC decisions and utility planning include a more complete evaluation of the costs and benefits of these solutions. LD 1682 would also help Maine plan for future climate impacts on the electricity system. Even if Maine achieves deep cuts in emissions, it will still need to adapt to and prepare for future climate impacts. UCS studies show that projected increases in extreme heat and drought, as well as increased flooding from sea level rise, storm surge, and extreme precipitation events will have adverse effects on electricity reliability and result in increased outages that are costly for Maine households and businesses. While additional hardening of the grid will be necessary, it can also be very expensive. Win-win solutions such as solar plus storage, clean energy microgrids, and greater demand side flexibility will also be needed to make the grid more resilient to climate change while reducing emissions and lowering the cost of power outages. LD 1682 would allow the PUC to consider a much broader range of costs and benefits in decisions to implement these strategies while making the grid more resilient to climate change. As we've heard from others, the key piece of this bill is helping to reduce pollution and energy burdens in disadvantaged communities. I think this has been covered pretty well, but one point I think that's worth emphasizing is that it's really important to have direct engagement with disadvantaged and low-income communities when making electricity infrastructure decisions, as well as when designing policies and utility programs to ensure that all communities benefit from the transition to a clean energy economy. The equity assessment that was completed for the Maine Climate Action Plan related to the recommendation for initiating a power sector transformation stakeholder process emphasized and highlighted this need. As others have mentioned, this is supported by a wide range of stakeholders. UCS is a member of the Environmental Priorities Coalition that's been mentioned. I was also a representative on the Maine Utility Regulatory Reform and Decarbonization Initiative, that multi-stakeholder process that the Nature Conservancy led. And just one point to emphasize from that, in addition to the specific recommendation in that report that's related to this bill, I think most of the other recommendations are also relevant to this, and that would include things like establishing a more holistic grid planning process in Maine for utilities, advancing new EV fast charger deployment, increasing load flexibility, and exploring transmission development in northern Maine. So I'll stop there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clemmer. Are there questions? Seeing none, appreciate your joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll go on next to Troy Moon.
Thank you, Representative Berry and committee members. I am Troy Moon. I am the Sustainability Director in the city of Portland, and we are here to support LD 1682 on behalf of the city. You've heard Julie Rosenbach and myself talk about One Climate Future, our joint climate action plan developed between our two cities. And as we were working on developing the plan, one of our priorities was to have widespread outreach and engagement and participation from all members of our community, whether they be low income or urban, or people who live in apartments or condos or single family homes, and across the demographic range of our community. And as we worked on that plan, we realized that there needs to be significant changes to our existing utility regulation to achieve two One Climate Future's foundation elements, which are widespread electrification of the economy and equitable outcomes for all of our residents. So some of the things that are in our plan that will require some changes in utility regulation include better integration of distributed energy resources in the grid, prioritizing beneficial electrification strategies, and I think really importantly, more transparency and stakeholder participation in PUC proceedings, especially as they relate to plans to improve transmission and distribution. And importantly, phasing out natural gas and other fossil fuel infrastructure to eliminate carbon emissions and to improve air quality for everyone in our communities, particularly frontline communities. And just to kind of build on some of the things that Mr. Clemmer was talking about, I think the planning, including all members of our state, in discussions about utility reform, and particularly in building new infrastructure. As Mr. Clemmer noted, we're going to need significant more electrical transmission distribution infrastructure. And I think historically, a path of least resistance has been to avoid neighborhoods or communities that are well-to-do and able to fight having infrastructure that they may not want to see in their community. And it might be easier to put that type of infrastructure in other parts of the state or in a community maybe that doesn't have the means to have a conversation about how they will benefit or not by that addition. So I think that's just a really important part of what we need to consider as we move to a clean energy future, is how do we bring everyone's voice to the table, not just people who have the means to go out of their way and take time out to attend committee meetings or to learn how a PUC process works and participate. We need to make it more transparent and able for more people to be part of the conversation and the decision-making process. So basically, by prioritizing climate equity and environmental justice, Maine's PUC will be better positioned to act on climate to meet our state and local climate goals, and therefore we urge the committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Moon. Are there questions? Seeing none, good to see you again. And we will turn next to Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office.
Great, good afternoon, Representative Berry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. My name is Melissa Winnie and I'm the Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. I apologize in advance for any background noise. Today, I am providing testimony on behalf of the GEO and the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future in general support of LD 1682. The state's four-year climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, focuses on reducing emissions, preparing our communities, economy, and people to better withstand and rapidly accelerating impacts from climate change, and highlights the need for a comprehensive and equitable approach to climate action as new programs and allocation of resources are considered. In our written testimony, I've included statutory language related to the requirement to consider equity, as well as an example of a strategy related to energy that includes language related to equity considerations. Maine Won't Wait additionally recommended the creation of a new equity subcommittee of the Maine Climate Council. The subcommittee is tasked with setting equity outcomes for climate actions, monitoring progress, and making recommendations to the council to ensure programs and benefits reach diverse and isolated populations and communities. And that subcommittee expects to deliver recommendations by the end of this year to build stronger equity outcomes into each of the planned strategies and actions. And that work builds on an equity analysis that was part of the Maine Climate Council's climate strategies that took place in the summer of 2020. The GEO and GOPIF supports the intention of LD 1682 to include the state's emission reduction requirements as considerations of the Maine PUC in their decision-making. Additionally, we support consideration of disproportionate energy burdens and impacts of energy projects for communities and utility customers who are underserved due to geography, race, income, or other socioeconomic factors. However, defining environmental justice and frontline communities in Maine statute is an important step that should be done deliberately and in collaboration with impacted communities and in the Maine specific context. While we are generally supportive of this proposed approach, we do have concerns about the definitions of environmental justice populations, and frontline communities that are proposed in LD 1682, and believe they could be further refined and benefit from community and stakeholder engagement here in Maine. We recommend that there be a directive for further engagement of stakeholders, possibly by the PUC, including the Equity Subcommittee of the Maine Climate Council, to develop additional considerations and definitions. Instead of requiring the commission to adopt rules to implement this section, we'd recommend that the PUC report back to this committee with proposed definitions, including the benefits and the proposed implications of these definitions in a Maine context. And again, there's additional information on all of this in our written testimony. So thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Great. Any questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Ms. Winnie. So I see environmental justice is defined in the bill. Is climate justice already defined in Maine statute? And what do you think the difference is between the two?
Thank you, Representative Wadsworth. It's a great question. I am definitely not an expert on environmental justice and you know, how that has been defined. I did include in the written testimony some examples of you know, other states and federal government, including the EPA, and how they're looking at defining environmental justice. I don't believe it's currently defined in statute, but I would have to confirm that and can get back to you for the work session. But this is, you know, part of why we think it would be helpful to have some of these other entities and the equity subcommittee help to contribute to how these terms should be defined.
Great, thanks. I'll check out your written testimony.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Melissa Winnie. And we'll go on to Jason Rauch or Rauch. I'm not sure how to say it.
No, thank you, Representative Barry. It's Jason Rao, members of the EUT committee. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I am the Energy, Environment, and Regulatory Policy Manager for Central Maine Power Company. And I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1682. So Central Maine Power strongly supports the state's energy goals to decarbonize our fuel sources and utilize beneficial electrification as we seek to mitigate climate change. We see LD 1682 as bringing the Maine PUC and the state of Maine into alignment with CMP corporate policies. As a non-integrated company, we have corporate sustainability development policies that include policies on biodiversity, climate change, environment, human rights, sustainability, sustainable development, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the inclusion of regulatory purpose for the Maine PUC to reduce greenhouse gas emissions aligns with CMP's corporate climate change policy. And just to note too, I'm summarizing some written testimony. So there's some more details on actual excerpts from our corporate policies and links to policies that folks can go and look at. So to this effect, to effectuate our corporate policy on climate change, you know, we have prioritized the enormous task of bringing online potentially over more than 500 level 3 and 4 solar projects in just the next few years. What we have done to process in 2019 and 2020, we processed more distributed solar 1 to 5 megawatt projects associated for interconnection and has ever been done by any major utility. Proud to sponsor to bring online the New England Clean Energy Connect, 1,200 megawatts of clean renewable generation. These efforts are significant, but we have much more to do. The electric sector in Maine only accounts for 7% of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions. The transportation and building sector are a vast majority of the rest. So as part of this, we have we have begun Make Ready pilot program to promote electrification of transportation. As part of this, we had put in actually this is an example of where the commission, we had proposed a pilot of investing over $3 million in infrastructure to support electric charging stations across our territory. The commission authorized a pilot that was a 1/6 the size of what we had proposed. This is in contrast to what we have seen in New York, and what the New York Public Service Commission has authorized, a comprehensive program in Make Ready investment totaling over $100 million to accelerate electrification of the transportation sector in the state of New York. The inclusion of regulatory purpose to address and mitigate environmental justice also aligns with our corporate policies. So for instance, our human rights policy states that we respect and abide by internationally recognized human rights principles and are committed to treating people with dignity and respect, refraining from discriminatory practices, and protecting the rights of ethnic minorities and indigenous peoples.
Mr. Rao, we are at 3 minutes. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Great. So with that, yes, we thank you. We believe in a utility regulatory regime that prioritizes the well-being of people and the preservation of the planet. So thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. And I see a question from Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for being here today on behalf of CMP to give this testimony. In looking at your written testimony, you mentioned that this would align the state and the PUC with Avangrid's already existing commitment. In looking at your testimony, you talk about the Avangrid Foundation's charitable giving, but can you talk about some policies that are in place at CMP in particular that take this kind of equity lens into account?
Yes, on the giving side, I don't have those numbers in front of me in terms of where CMP charitable giving has gone, but
not necessarily in terms of giving, sir. I mean, charitable giving is great, but in terms of actual company policy that is taking this equity lens into account, you referenced that in your verbal testimony, that in your written testimony there was evidence of where the company is doing these things. I'm just curious, what is CMP doing that is taking this kind of a lens into account?
Yeah, with regard to equity, we do have a low income assistance program that exists at Central Maine Power. We also, in our testimony, we have voiced our concerns in the past and continue to do so around net energy billing policy in the state, and look for ways to try to, we're seeking ways to try to advance increased equity in the participation in solar.
Great. Other questions? Mr. Rao, we just to help us understand, what is meant by equity, and effects of climate on frontline communities. I think of lower income individuals in particular, folks who may suffer from extreme weather events. Maine right now has the worst reliability in the country. We have the 10th highest electricity costs. And we're looking at switching to a total dependence on the grid for all of our energy going forward. That's a huge, there's a huge, I think, opportunity in terms of building out the rate base for our utilities. But the question that I ask is at what cost to ratepayers? So how can CMP or Avangrid or Iberdrola turn that ship around? 10th highest rates and worst reliability in time to really make the impact of climate less harmful to the most vulnerable?
Yeah, well, to give an example, I mean, I see that the state of Maine has launched a leadership by example initiative to conduct a vulnerability assessment for state infrastructure by 2023. At Central Maine Power, we did a similar vulnerability assessment for electrical infrastructure in Maine in 2016 as part of a DOE partnership, a voluntary partnership. And coming out of that, you know, we had identified certain climate resiliency investments, which we thought would help increase reliability, and we included those in our last rate case. Unfortunately, those investments were not authorized. But you know, I think that, you know, again, there's this balance between costs and priorities, and you know, should have this legislation been in place, those investments may have been otherwise authorized because the commission would have had more of a policy direction to prioritize climate change investments. So in investing up front, you know, we can you know, mitigate costs long term in terms of reacting to a situation that we're not prepared for.
Great, and I'm going to ask a follow-up, which you don't have to answer now, but maybe take this back to others and maybe provide for the work session. Would Iberdrola be willing to accept a lower return on equity as part of rates going forward in order to truly mitigate the cost impact and the high energy burden for lower income consumers and those who depend on the monopoly grid if we are going to electrify everything? You know, the current ROE is 9.25%. That's among the lowest in the country, but is there a willingness to go lower than that, maybe in return for some performance incentives? And you don't have to answer that now, you can get back to us.
Yeah, I'll have to take that back, but yeah, it's I appreciate your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we will turn to Commissioner Bartlett. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Representative Berry, members of the committee. I am Phil Bartlett, Chair of the PUC. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon on LD 1682. As you've heard, this adds two different categories of priority to our governing statute. The first would require us to consider reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to meet our targets that are set in law. I would say on this is fairly consistent with our current practice. We do look to state policies that impact the industries that we regulate in the decision-making that we make. So I think that is consistent, and we certainly have no objection to incorporating that. The second piece with respect to the equity issues, I think we need more clarification, more direction from the committee, because this is shifting what has traditionally been a very legislative prerogative to the commission to ascertain, kind of to set goals and set policies and programs in a way that is a little bit uncomfortable to us. And I think we would appreciate more guidance from the committee. In our testimony, we note that there are some current proceedings that we've started as a result of legislation and policy that you all have put in place, that the governor has through executive order relating to climate change, renewable energy, and carbon reduction goals. For example, we've opened a proceeding looking at performance metrics, and in that we've included both environmental policies and affordability as important categories. We've also opened a grid modernization proceeding, recognizing that there are going to have to be significant changes to the distribution system in order to accommodate the load growth from beneficial electrification to meet the carbon goals, as well as supporting the integration of DERs, storage, and enabling new technologies to support customers in different ways as we head forward. We also note that traditionally our CPCN process has a wide number of factors that we consider, some of which overlap with the equity and environmental issues that are targeted in this legislation. What we would suggest again is that this authority on the equity side is very, very broad. You have in the past made specific decisions or specific directives to the commission around equity issues. For example, you have enacted the low-income assistance program and a arrears management program, which we administer. And in some other cases like CPCN, you've identified specific factors that we should take into account. If you want to delegate such wide-ranging authority to the commission, it's important to note that this could result in significant new policies and programs that we would advance, particularly since I think the language is requiring us to take affirmative steps to mitigate these impacts. So I think that there's a likelihood that there would be significant process at the commission to try to figure out how to do that. We also think we would benefit from some clear examples of how this is intended to change our work, or how some of these factors should be prioritized in different types of proceeding that would not only inform us, but may provide you with a little more direction in terms of how you want to frame the language in statute to ensure that we're accomplishing what's intended. So this is a long way of saying I think we are generally supportive of the approach of the legislation. I absolutely think that equity issues are going to be more important as we take on funding more and more policy priorities through rates. And as we are making, I think, this very fundamental transition in our electric usage and our electric grid. So what we would appreciate is a little bit clearer direction from the committee, identifying specific goals that you'd like us to accomplish. And if there are particular proceedings that you would like us to take these into account in particular ways, the more guidance, I think, the more effective we'll be at implementing your intent.
And thank you, Commissioner Bartlett. Questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Barry, and thank you, Commissioner Bartlett, for being here today. It does appear that some of what's being asked, the PUC is being asked to do by this bill is I would say very vague and certainly subject to interpretation by your team and those that you would have look to administer this. When I consider all of the supporters that we've heard from today, and again, the kind of wide-reaching language that this bill may contain, according to how you look at it, I'm wondering, do you know of any other state PUCs where this similar type of legislation has been passed, directing them in this manner?
I'm aware that a couple of states have changed their statutes. The language around equity here seems is a little bit more expansive than I think what I've seen in a couple of other states, but I've not done a thorough review of other states. I do think that the language is both specific and vague. I mean, it's specific in that it's requiring us to take affirmative steps around these categories, but I think there is a lot of vagueness in terms of what the ultimate policy goals are and how they would be interpreted. You know, going back to my admin law class, you know, the broader the discretion, or less defined the discretion to an agency, the more likely it is that decisions we make in the exercise of that discretion are going to be challenged in court. And I think that's one of the important considerations here, is that if we have very broad authority and we exercise it, folks who disagree with it or upset by it are likely to appeal those decisions to the law court.
If I could follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, a follow up, by all means.
And also, I guess I would ask, and maybe this is better for the work session, but do you see that with your current personnel that are employed at the PUC, that you would have individuals who are properly trained that could help to establish the enforcement, if you will, of this language? For example, I would guess that in the city of Portland, you may face looking at various populations that may fit some of this criteria and those that wouldn't. And that would probably be a lot different than it would be, say, in my region of the state, the Penquist region, where that entirely different group of citizens, both in age, ethnicity, income, a lot different than a lot of the other parts of the state. If you would have the people that could look at those situations and decide who met these criteria, who did not, and how you would manage that going forward. Would you actually have those capacities, those capabilities within your ranks? Thank you.
You know, I think it depends on the context. I think as I was listening to some of the testimony earlier, I had a similar thought that depending on how this is intended to be implemented, we may well need some additional expertise at the commission on these issues. I think in a CPCN process, you likely would you might hire a consultant or require analysis be done on how the line is impacting certain communities. So I think things like that we would be able to do just with those consulting resources. I think if you get into the complexity of something like rate design, and particularly if you're looking at something that could vary by region or that has a lot of nuance to it, that's going to get very complicated very quickly. And I think we have the expertise to do the rate design, but I think some of the environmental justice issues, evaluating what to take into account and how to take that into account might benefit from additional expertise. So I think it's going to vary a lot based on what we're doing. If we were designing an additional program to build on the low-income program, for example, that might address some of the concerns of mitigating harm. That is something we could probably do with existing resources, again, with some consulting to help us as necessary. So I think where I struggle is in understanding how this is intended to be overlaid on our work. So I think the more clarity we can get around that and where you want us to sort of lean in and put sort of our efforts around this would be very, very helpful.
Follow up. Great. We'll turn to, I thought I saw a hand from Representative Wadsworth. You all set? Okay. Commissioner Bartlett, just briefly, I wanted to see if you had any comment on ways to increase equity and specifically performance in managing the grid for reliability and for climate, for a cleaner system, more efficiency, more friendlier interconnection processes, more data transparency, that sort of thing. I'm aware that my understanding is we do right now have the lowest return on equity during the penalty period that CMP is under in the most current rate decision that you issued. But my concern is it goes back to 9.25%, and it appears that because of US Supreme Court jurisprudence that you can't change it, an act of the legislature can't change it, an act of the Congress can't change it. It's in Supreme Court jurisprudence, the same way that Citizens United is. So how do we get to a place like Europe where, in England, the regulator there is proposing a 3.95% return on equity, and that, how do we get there so that we can then build in incentives for actual performance rather than just blind, investment in infrastructure?
Yeah, I would say that the Supreme Court jurisprudence doesn't require a specific number, but it does require a certain process. So, we have an approach that we use that's consistent with a lot of commissions around the country, but it gives you a range of what would be a reasonable ROE, and you try to pick within that range based on factors. One of the things that I'm hoping with some of the performance standards is to start getting at some of these issues, like what is it that we need for reliability? What does that mean? And particularly in an era where we're seeing increased electrification, I think you start taking into some of these equity considerations there. How do we incentivize compliance with environmental policies, with interconnection requests, with grid modernization? How do we incentivize those things? And once we have some measures, then I think that will help us in rate cases.
because it may be that sort of the midpoint for an ROE would be in the 9 to 9.5 range, but maybe there's some flexibility that a reasonable range is lower than that, and may go from sort of 8 to 10 or 7.5 to 9.5. And you can move, there may be, if you have a legitimate basis to move the needle, which is what we did in the CMP's rate case. If you have a legitimate reason to say this is an underperforming utility in meeting certain metrics, then you can lower the ROE accordingly. So I think there is some room to incentivize within a range, higher ROE for meeting all of the metrics, clicking on all cylinders, and a significantly lower ROE for companies that are not meeting those standards. So I think that's what I want to explore more, is how do we build a stronger incentive structure into that. That's something I think we can clearly do under existing law. I think it would require a little more work to think about whether some legislative changes could adjust that. And I think you could move to a more of a performance-based approach, which is a lower base ROE with higher performance incentives for meeting certain goals. So there's some room here, and I think we're certainly happy to work with you and others to explore what are the limits of that.
Great, thank you. I'd love to know if we could get to 3.95% as England has proposed. Any other questions? Seeing none, appreciate your coming before us, and we'll go next to Steve Hudson.
Hi, my name is Todd Brissett. Steve couldn't attend right now. He's in another hearing, so he asked me to pitch in. Members of the committee, my name is Todd Brissett. I'm a lawyer with the firm Pretty Flaherty, testifying on behalf of our client, Industrial Energy Consumer Group, neither for nor against this bill. In brief, issues of fairness, equity, and justice are important, as are environmental considerations. As printed, what this bill requires the PUC to do might be difficult for the PUC to execute, costly to consumers, or inconsistent with other applicable laws. We've already got an existing Section 101, which provides the statutory purpose for the entire Title 35A governing our regulatory system. It focuses on a public interest standard. The existing statutory statement of purpose says that the purpose of the whole title is to ensure that there is a regulatory system that is consistent with the public interest and with other requirements of law. We've already got that standard on the books, and it led the commission to consider issues of fairness, equity, justice, and environmental impacts in its proceedings, such as the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity case for the NECEC transmission line. As Chair Bartlett said, this bill as printed doesn't clearly tell the commission how to balance the further considerations that it would add to their mandate. Doesn't tell the commission how to balance trade-offs. Are the values in Section 103A meant to be secondary to the fundamental purposes in Section 101, or might they be co-equal? How do you give up on one to get more of the other? What's the right optimization point? It's easier to optimize a single variable once you've got multiple competing considerations. How is the commission supposed to balance trade-offs? This doesn't really give them guidance. As Chair Bartlett said, the commission already has tools available, including through rate making, to either encourage the utility behaviors that we want to see, or just to require compliance with laws. And as the chair said, if the legislature wants the commission to do something too specific, I think it'd be more efficient for the legislature to tell the commission exactly what it would like them to do. I guess one final note, looking at the bill as printed, there isn't perfect alignment between the concerns identified in the Section 101, the statement of purpose, and the proposed new mandates in Section 103A. They're just not perfectly aligned, not necessarily problematic, but I question what's the purpose of the difference in the words there. And I guess one last thought, we already have the Office of the Public Advocate. They do a good job with their mandate, which is representing the using and consuming public. And I wonder if some of these concepts might be appropriate to add to the Office of Public Advocate's plate as the advocate for Maine consumers. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grissett. Any questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Grissett. Were you testifying today for IECG on behalf of IECG? I missed
Correct.
it. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, good to see you.
Thank you. Likewise.
And we'll go on to then let's see, do we have another? Jordan, is there someone else wishing to testify, or are we good?
I don't believe so. I believe that is it for 1682.
Okay, excellent. That will close the hearing then on LD 1682. And it is now 12:50. There is one other bill that I'd love to cram in if folks are willing. I think, Jordan, we have roughly how many people to testify in LD 385?
There are 4 people.
4 people. So does the committee think we can wait that long before a lunch break? All right, looks like a go. So LD 385 is another bill from Representative Kessler, who was unable to be with us today. He's under the weather. And we're going to hear a brief presentation of the bill by Representative Grahowski, pinch hitting for Representative Kessler. And then I believe the Efficiency Maine Trust can give more detail about this bill because it pertains directly to their governing statute. So with that, I open the hearing on LD 385, and the chair recognizes Representative Grahowski to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members. As Representative Berry suggested, I am pinch hitting, so I do hope you will direct any questions to the appropriate people following. But what I will say is we did receive, this started as a concept draft, and we did receive actual drafted language recently from our analyst, Dan Tartikoff. If you are interested in seeing it, you should find it in your email. It has changed the bill title to read an act to amend conflicts in and make other changes to the laws governing the Efficiency Maine Trust. The summary of such is that it reconciles a number of conflicts in the Efficiency Maine Trust Act that were created through different pieces of legislation enacted during the last legislature. And it also provides as a goal for the trust, the weatherization of 35,000 homes and businesses, at least 10,000 of which need to be completed in low-income households by 2030 through the efforts of Efficiency Maine Trust and the Maine State Housing Authority. And finally, it broadens the existing authorization for the trust to establish training programs for installers of solar equipment to include energy equipment generally, and provides some other authorization there. So I'm really good at reading the bill summary. In case you haven't read it, I read it for you. And I hope that you are satisfied with this presentation. Thank you.
I'm sure Representative Kessler will be very appreciative and very satisfied. Are there any questions to see if we can stump Representative Grahowski for once? All right, seeing none, I'm not going to go there. We will turn instead to hear from Michael Stoddard, Director of Efficiency Maine Trust.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 385. And I very much appreciate Representative Kessler putting it in and working with us to pull the language together. This is part cleanup bill and reconciling a couple of duplicate provisions that have made their way into the statute through the passage of a bunch of legislation affecting the Efficiency Maine Trust Act over the last couple of years. And it's also partly an update. And I'll start with the updates first, and then I'll go to the cleanup part. But the thing about the updates is that when the Efficiency Maine Trust Act was first passed in 2009, legislators in your position looked ahead a decade and said, well, that seems like a good time frame to set some goals. Let's put the goals at 2020. Well, It's no longer 2020, it's 2021, and those goals are still residing in the statute, and we have no new goals to give us a look towards the horizon about what is expected. And we thought it was timely, given that the Maine Climate Council had just completed its work and created its plan, that we take the goals that were in there having to do with heat pumps and electric vehicles and weatherization, and we plug them in here. So that is what this first part of this bill does in section 1. It brings those goals up to date. The only other part of it that is worth noting is that back in 2009, stakeholders and advocates, and I was one of them, argued about trying to peg some kind of a target level of savings, like 20% from today's levels. We should try to save that much electricity. And it proved to be a pretty arbitrary exercise in retrospect. And in the intervening period, the legislature has enacted a standard of how our budgets and our targets should be set. And we now refer to that as MACE, the maximum achievable cost-effective potential. So the other part of the updates to these goals is that where it used to say by 2020, try to save this much electricity, we've replaced that with by 2030, try to save the maximum achievable cost-effective electricity, which is what the statute says in other places. So those are the two changes to the goals. The rest of it, the middle part of the bill is, as I said, resolving some conflicts where there were duplicate provisions. And in each case, we recommended choosing the definition that had a little more detail to it, a little more specificity. And in each one of those cases, at Efficiency Maine Trust, we found that more helpful to have a little more guidance, a little more definition. So we recommended selecting those and repealing the one that was slightly more vague. And then the final piece is there has long been a provision near the end of our act, the Efficiency Maine Trust Act, that is also from about 10 years ago, directing us to provide training for solar installers. And that's useful to have, but in that intervening period, we've come to realize that there's quite a bit more demand for us to provide training across a broad range of energy services. Lately, we've been very interested in helping people get up to speed on the building energy code. That can be a very helpful energy efficiency advance for all customers and for the whole state. But we thought it would be useful if we slightly loosened the statute in that place to make it clear that Efficiency Maine can and should provide training across all areas, all the relevant areas for professionals and the trades involved in energy projects. So that's really it. It's mostly cleanup and a little updating, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. And we'll go next to hear from Josh Caldwell.
Hello and thank you. My name is Josh Caldwell and I'm the Climate and Clean Energy Outreach Coordinator at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. Thank you, Representative Berry and distinguished members of the EUT for having me. So I'm here to testify in support of LD 385, an act to amend conflicts in the law governing the Efficiency Maine Trust as proposed to be amended by the bill sponsor. The Maine Climate Action Plan has identified energy efficiency as a crucial component of Maine's approach to climate change mitigation. Currently, the heating, cooling, and lighting of buildings is responsible for nearly 1/3 of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions. Energy efficiency is a proven tool to reduce greenhouse gas pollution, and Maine is well situated to expand energy efficiency projects around the state. In order to meet Maine's statutorily required reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, the Maine Climate Council determined that the state will need to double weatherization projects by 2025 and weatherize at least 35,000 homes and businesses by 2030, including 10,000 low-income residences. Further, the state will need to install at least 100,000 new heat pumps by 2025, ensuring that by 2030, 130,000 homes are using between 1 and 2 heat pumps, and an additional 115,000 homes are using a whole home heat pump system. The amended bill can help the state stay on track towards these goals by codifying them in the laws that govern the Efficiency Maine Trust. Mainers pay more for heating than any other state in the nation because of our older homes and reliance on expensive home heating oil, and low-income residents often pay a much higher percentage of their incomes to meet home energy needs than other Mainers. Energy efficiency work produces valuable energy savings for businesses and homeowners, increasing community resilience and bolstering Maine's economy. We also know that the transition to clean energy supports hundreds of Maine jobs and businesses and stands to support hundreds more in the years ahead. Energy efficiency expansion, energy equipment installation, electric vehicle infrastructure deployment, and energy grid modernization will generate significant economic benefits for our state. LD 385 will resolve existing conflicts in the Efficiency Maine Trust Act that will ensure that the laws governing the Efficiency Maine Trust are in sync with the Maine's Climate Action Plan. Given the importance of the Climate Action Plan, now is the time to ensure that all entities that have a role in helping address climate change are as aligned as possible to achieve progress. For these reasons, NRCM supports this LD 385 as amended. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Are there questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll go next to hear from Todd Grissett.
Good afternoon, Representative Berry, members of the committee. Nice to see you again. My name is Todd Grissett. I'm a lawyer with the firm Pretty Flaherty, testifying on behalf of Industrial Energy Consumer Group in support of this bill. I don't have much to say in support of it other than to tell you what you already know. The trust is an important part of Maine's energy strategies. For years now, it's been delivering increasing programs and providing savings to Maine consumers. The items identified in this trust are pretty much all just updates or cleanup, almost ministerial, if you will. And we have no reservations in supporting this bill. Thanks.
And sorry for the timer there. You did not take 3 minutes, just in case you heard that timer. That was me being clumsy with the timer. Question from Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Berry, and thank you, Mr. Grissett, for being here. With this bill basically establishing the weatherization commitment of 35,000 homes, in the past, IECG has been at least raised some concern about using Efficiency Maine funds to address what would normally be a gas or oil heating fuel issue. However, you didn't voice any concern on this bill. So I'm just wondering if there's a good reason for that, or if that's just the way it is. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. As I see it, this doesn't represent a change of position for IECG, and the bill, if enacted, wouldn't change the funding sources available for the various measures. IECG has been concerned about avoiding cross-subsidy, having electric ratepayers pay for something that's not involving electricity. And we continue to have that concern. We don't see the enactment of this bill as eroding that.
Great. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks for your testimony. And we'll go on to Dana Duran.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Berry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. Guess I'm the last person in your way for lunch, so I'll try to be brief. I'm Dana Duran, Executive Director of the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine, trade association that represents logging and trucking contractors. It's been a few weeks since I've been in front of the committee, so good to see you. So logging and trucking represents 3,900 direct jobs, produces an additional 5,400 indirect jobs, and is responsible for about $620 million of annual contribution to the state's economy. So I'm here to testify in general support of the bill before you today. I agree that there are components of it that Representative Kessler has put forward, and you heard Michael Stoddard mention the cleanup components, so we are definitely in support of those. I am going to bring a section or sections that our group is not necessarily in favor of, and would ask the committee maybe to take a step back. So, and that pertains to in section 1, number 7 and 8, and those are the goals regarding heat pumps and also with electric vehicles. And I know there's reference to the Clean Action Plan from the Climate Council, and I was a member of the Working Lands Committee, and I'm still a member of that committee. I'll just remind you that in the governor's Clean Action Plan, there are a multitude of different goals having to do with energy and having to do with Efficiency Maine Trust. I'm cautious of trying to basically take and cherry pick just two of them, when I think there are a multitude of goals from the Clean Action Plan that should receive consideration potentially in this legislation. Only dealing with electric goals, I think, is a little short-sighted. I know Chairman Barry, you mentioned in the prior bill the issues we have with our grid in terms of capacity, and trying to electrify the world may not be possible. And I think we still need to be cognizant of other technologies. And our own renewable portfolio standard certainly mentions many of those that are not necessarily all electric generation. I'll also mention that combined heat and power was included in the governor's Clean Action Plan. A renewable fuel standard was included in there as a goal. So there are a multitude of different strategies and goals that I think deserve attention, and I don't think we should just be cherry picking a couple of them. So again, we're supportive of the bill because we do feel there are changes that are necessary, but I did want to bring that to your attention because I do believe it deserves further consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, appreciate your coming before us on this. And Jordan, do we have anyone else?
That is it. That is it for 385.
Okay, in that case, the chair will close the work session on LD 385. We are going to break now for a 1-hour lunch. I know members have other committees that they're also working and day jobs to turn to, but I hope you are able to get away from the screen a little bit. And we will be coming back at 2:10 for continued public hearings. We have remaining LD 1556 and LD 1659. The list to testify on one of them, I believe it's the second one, is pretty long. So we will be in for a bit this afternoon to hear about that bill and the other, both bills. So with that, we will break for lunch, and please turn off your video and audio and get away from the screen. Welcome back. We are going to be taking up this afternoon's bills shortly. LD 1556 and 1659 in that order. I think we have at least one member who's in another committee. I believe Senator Carney stole her from us and she's about to present her bill, so we'll have to scold her. Representative Grahowski is over in Judiciary and we have Senator Carney with us, so not sure how this will work. We do have a lot of members in other committees with work sessions, all very busy. Folks doing their day job, folks under the weather. So I'm going to apologize to Senator Carney for our very poor showing here, but we will, I promise, read testimony, watch on YouTube afterwards. It's great to have you with us. And why don't we go ahead and dive right in? LD 1556 is first on the docket, and the chair will now open the hearing on that bill and hand it over to Senator Carney, the sponsor, to present her proposal.
Thank you very much. And I'm so sorry that we stole Representative Grahowski from you. I just zoomed over from Judiciary and she's doing a wonderful job presenting her bill. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and esteemed members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm Ann Carney, as you know, representing the people of Senate District 29, Cape Elizabeth, South Portland, and a little bit of Scarborough. It's an honor to be before you today to introduce LD 1556, a resolve to create the commission to study and recommend a financing model to increase capital investment in renewable energy, clean energy technology, energy efficiency projects, and jobs in Maine. Senator Brownie Carson's plaintiff plea at the Climate Council meeting shortly before Maine Won't Wait, a 4-year climate plan, was issued, inspired this legislation. Senator Carson said, "We have to figure out how to pay for this now." And he was really emphatic. I could have added a couple of exclamation points. This resolve establishes a fast track process to ensure that Maine establishes a financing entity that meets our greatest need for capital and aligns with our state policy goals. The commission will complete its work and report out by December 1. I began working on this legislation by asking 2 questions. Where is the greatest need for capital? And how can we maximize the impact of available capital to achieve the goals of the climate plan? I spoke with many stakeholders, and you will hear from most of them during the 2 hearings this afternoon. There was not a consensus about the greatest need for capital. Abe Wapner from the Coalition for Green Capital described to me the needs assessment or gaps analysis that his organization has done in a variety of states, most recently Minnesota, I believe. He indicated that there is no one right answer. Every state's green bank or financing model will be different, reflecting the local needs and opportunities. As I followed up with the stakeholders, a strong consensus emerged in support of an analysis of Maine's unmet need for capital to fund renewable energy, clean energy technology, and energy efficient projects. Section 5, paragraph 1 of the bill authorizes the commission to conduct an analysis of the unmet need for capital. I am offering an amendment to include infrastructure resilience and climate adaptation projects in paragraph 1, and to add clarifying language in paragraph 2. The amendment is attached to my testimony. Section 7 authorizes the commission to engage private consultants to perform the gaps analysis. And Section 8 asks the commission to seek outside funding to pay the cost of the study. I will work with the commission to secure the outside funding needed to complete a thorough study of the unmet need for capital. The gaps analysis is the most important part of the resolve and really is critical to guiding our decisions about how we'll fund our climate work. Stakeholders provided significant information about the second point, how to maximize the impact of available capital to achieve the goals of the climate plan. Much of their feedback was consistent, and together this information forms the factors relevant to recommending a specific model to increase capital investment in renewable energy, clean energy technology, and energy efficiency projects. Those factors are set out in Section 5, Paragraph 3 of the bill. Section 5 concludes by charging the Commission with recommending an organizational entity that can support the financing model, provide coordination of programs, and really to serve as a hub, so to speak, for the expertise Maine needs to secure the capital Maine people and businesses need to meet our goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That's the bottom line. We must make sure the Green Bank, Accelerator, or whatever else we call the entity, is focused on implementing the strategies in Maine's climate action plan and achieving Maine's goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. As I was working on the resolve, I learned that my colleague, Representative Ziegler, planned to offer legislation that he has been working on for several years. I'm honored to have Representative Ziegler as the lead co-sponsor on LD 1556, and I'm also honored to be the lead co-sponsor on LD 1659, an act to create the Maine Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator. The two bills do not present this committee with an either-or decision. The gaps analysis called for in this resolve would allow us to tailor the financing model or entity to meet Maine's needs, to maximize the impact of available capital, and to implement the strategies outlined in our climate action plan. The bipartisan commission and public process that's created by the resolve would build a broad coalition of support for the entity and help it thrive over the decades or even centuries of climate work that lay ahead of us. I urge you to support both measures, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Great. Thank you, Senator Carney. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Senator Carney.
Nice to see you too.
So, Wall Street recently has been really trying to green up their portfolio, and with the solar legislation that we passed in the 129th legislature, it seems like there's tons of capital floating around for solar projects, for the NECIC corridor. I guess, what do you see that's not getting built or financed? Because to me, on the outside, it looks like a lot's getting built and financed.
Right, and that's actually exactly why I framed the resolve the way I did, because there are some areas that, as I reached out to stakeholders, people were telling me were where we had needs for capital. But as I was talking to different organizations like Fame Maine and Efficiency Maine and Maine Housing, it seemed like nobody knew exactly where the gaps were, who wasn't getting financing. But, for example, it seems to be easy to get people to adopt heat pumps and to install them in their homes, but there's a difficulty getting people to, at the same time, adopt energy efficiency work that will, install new insulation, new windows, and that kind of thing. And you really need to pair both of those together. So that's one example of a gap that might be identified by this needs analysis.
Any
Oh, great.
follow-up?
Nope. It seems like she's almost been on the committee before.
Which is impressive. And any other questions for Senator Carney? All right. Seeing none, thank you for presenting the bill, and good luck with your work over in Judiciary.
Thank you. Am I in Judiciary, we let the bill sponsors stay on the panel. Am I allowed to stay on the panel for the rest of the bill?
We don't normally do that here. It's I suppose just a different committee process, but you're more than welcome to be in the attendee panel, and that is normally how we operate.
That's fine. Thank you. I'm
all right.
happy with the normal process. Thank you, everyone.
Good to see you. And up next to testify in support of the bill, we have Director Hannah Pingree. Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you, Chairman Barry and other members of the committee. I know it's been starting a long haul today. It's a long haul this session, so thank you for squeezing me in. Again, my name is Hannah Pingree. I'm the Director of the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of both my office and the Governor's Energy Office in support of both LD 1556 and LD 1659. So I'm sort of cheating and trying to squeeze in testimony on both simultaneously, but they're obviously incredibly overlapping initiatives. So this committee is aware of the actions and goals highlighted in the Maine Won't Wait 4-year climate action plan to support the state's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. The plan also calls for significant additional action to ensure that Maine's people, municipalities, and economy are prepared for the impacts of climate change. So no single funding source or finance entity will meet all of the anticipated climate challenges and clean energy financing opportunities of today and the future, from the transitions required for heating, transportation, and energy sectors, as well as the needs for municipal infrastructure adaptation. Climate change will require leveraging a variety of resources, existing and new ones, private and public, local, state, and federal resources, as well as innovative financing mechanisms to support the kind of transformation we know is going to be required. So Dan Burgess and I are hoping to return to this committee in the coming week or weeks to brief you on the specific and significant funding proposals the governor has made for climate action and funding via the American Rescue Plan, as well as through a bond proposal and through the upcoming Part 2 budget, which was just released, at least today, in overview form. The state climate plan specifically identifies a Maine Green Bank or Green Fund as a financing policy option for consideration. The plan says a green bank or fund could leverage significant low-cost private sector capital to finance clean energy projects, climate initiatives, and infrastructure over the long term, based on the successful experience of other states. Options to establish a green bank or fund could include launching a new program through an existing finance entity, both of which would require capitalization and significant staff expertise. We've met with Senator Carney as well as Representative Ziegler, and we agree with the need for a market analysis to identify the unmet need for capital to finance renewable and clean energy technologies and the need to plan for the startup of a new entity. Through conversations also with the Coalition for Green Capital, the U.S. Climate Alliance, and with other states, we have learned about the importance of due diligence and planning to understand the financing needs and gaps of that the proposed fund, bank, or accelerator would meet, as well as the need to carefully consider the best structure, staffing, and governance to meet those needs. I won't read the details that I've enclosed in my testimony, but we've engaged with the coalition, other states, including New Jersey, Nevada, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, to learn about the planning and support that have gone into the successful launches of their green banks or their current planning work underway. The proposed National Green Bank Accelerator is included in several pieces of congressional legislation. It's also an item highlighted by President Biden as part of his upcoming infrastructure proposal. Our understanding from the congressional drafters is that if the National Accelerator concept receives authorization and funding, it will earmark a percentage of those funds for opportunities in each state to be deployed through a state finance entity that supports the state goals. Maine has worked with the Coalition for Green Capital to detail eligible finance entities to the congressional committees in Washington over the course of the past 2 years. So currently, as this committee knows, Efficiency Maine Trust, the Maine Technology Institute, the Maine Bond Bank, and the Finance Authority of Maine all do targeted pieces of this work. In addition, private institutions, state banks, credit unions, as well as CDIs like CEI do important pieces of this work. So at this point, we don't believe that any one of these entities, including the Efficiency Maine Trust, is necessarily the right entity with a mandate, the technical experience, and the range of opportunities and mandate to do this work alone. Efficiency Maine may well be the right home for the expanded commercial and consumer projects, especially as it relates to energy efficiency. But whether they're the right entity for expanded clean tech sector development, community resilience lending, agricultural programs, carbon markets, or larger commercial lending is still not clear. So we agree with Representative Ziegler and his aggressive approach. That's the motto of the state climate plan. We won't wait, but we want to work with this committee, Senator Carney and Representative Ziegler, to understand the greatest opportunities and gaps and to identify the right entity for Maine. So we are already undertaking an analysis in consultation with the senator to be completed late in 2021, which is an essential first step to ensure that Maine makes the most of existing funding and finance tools, and it was also prepared for new and emerging opportunities. So once that work is to be done, authorizing an existing or new entity we would like to take on this important but complex task, which we know will be crucial. So we look forward to working with this committee as you sort through these two bills and the path forward, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Pingree. Are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thanks for your testimony. And will you be, since your testimony was on both bills, has it been posted on the website for both? You know?
I know we uploaded it. I can't tell you if it's been posted.
All right, I'm sure a committee member can help me with that, and it probably has. Just wanted to double check. Actually, I see nodding heads. Great. All right, seeing no questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And as we go on to Amy Winston from CEI, also to testify in support, just a general process note. These two bills are very closely related. The bills that we're hearing this afternoon, LD 1556 and 1659. We are taking testimony separately, but if your comments are pertaining to both, and as Director Pingree's were, and if you have posted your testimony in with respect to both bills, I will make a special offer of allowing you to go a little past your 3 minutes, just so you can cram in your testimony on both bills. Hopefully that will make us more efficient, and you won't need the whole 6 minutes. And I'll just ask you to exercise your best judgment there. But if you go on past 6 minutes, I'll probably have to cut you off. So we will try to be more efficient that way. I will say it is helpful if you can distinguish your remarks. But if your testimony is written in such a way that you're testifying on both, for the purpose of efficiency, we may just give you a little more than 3 minutes to deliver it. I hope that was clear as mud, and I'm going to turn it over now to Amy Winston to deliver her remarks. And Amy, will you be testifying on one bill or both?
My intention was to do as Director Pingree did and to testify on both at the same time. My comments are pretty much interwoven, as we do see the bills pretty closely connected. So I'll still try to keep it as close to 3 minutes as possible.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
we'll be happy to read everything. And a lot of folks aren't here anyway, so they'll have to read it.
Yeah, they are. My verbal comments are abbreviated, so I really would hope that everybody would have a chance to check out our written testimony, please. There's more detail in that. So hello, Representative Berry, and I didn't see Senator Lawrence and the other present and non-present members of the EUT committee. My name is Amy Winston. I live in Edgecombe, and I'm testifying today on behalf of CEI in support of both LDs 1659 and 1556. CEI is one of 1,000 community development financial institutions, or CDFIs, in the country and 6 in Maine. We integrate small business financing and advising with policy advocacy to grow good jobs, environmentally sustainable enterprises, and shared prosperity in Maine. Our written testimony puts numbers and context to the nature and the impact of CEI's mission-driven investing, including our climate-related lending. And this work includes clean energy projects, as well as deals in sustainable agriculture, forestry, fisheries, downtown redevelopment, and so forth. The Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator proposed in LD 1659 is well positioned to stimulate green investment by attracting private capital, which can be combined with public funding sources to develop opportunities for the state to partner with lenders and developers to invest in local businesses, decrease carbon emissions, and address environmental justice. This will create jobs in growing and emerging industries. Importantly, the bill is focused on ensuring investment in low-income and other vulnerable communities by ensuring they have equitable access to capital and technical support to promote climate responsible economic development. CDFIs have a specific mission and mandate to serve low-income communities and other vulnerable populations by creating access to capital. Our work is driven by social and environmental purpose, as well as economic impact and benefit. CDFIs generally have a higher tolerance for risk and are able to provide more patient capital than conventional lenders. Significant capital is needed to innovate Maine's economy and to meet the state's climate goals. While CDFIs are able to access federal funding without this legislation, we support the bill's designation of Efficiency Maine as a dedicated entity to codify the current collaboration that exists in Maine's financial community. In fact, the accelerator can fully demonstrate the bill's intent to economize resources if the bill were amended to encourage the trust to take full advantage of its partner institutions' community development expertise and experience and underwriting capacity. In addition to co-investing in projects, the trust can create further efficiencies by strategically deploying funds through them. For this reason, we also support the resolve in LD 1556 with a stakeholder process proposed to identify the best, most effective climate financing tools for Maine. We respectfully suggest that it might be more productive, as the Senator has proposed, to expand its current focus on renewable energy, clean energy tech, and energy efficiency to a broader array of needed job creating and climate positive investments, such as those that were mentioned: regenerative ag, electric vehicle charging, et cetera, related to climate resilience. Let's not recreate the wheel. We urge the committee to amend and pass both bills to ensure we take advantage of existing efficiencies in Maine's financial infrastructure. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on both of these bills and at the same time, and for considering CEI's perspective. We look forward to working with the committee and potentially the commission to further these shared goals.
Thank you, Ms. Winston. And are there questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we will go on to the State Treasurer, Henry Beck.
Good afternoon, Representative Berry and members of the committee. I am here to testify in support of both bills. Our office, we weigh in on legislative proposals rather sparingly, but we're testifying in support today because of course, the issue of economic activity, but specifically climate change, has become of increasing interest to credit rating agencies. Just next week, Moody's is expected to preview a separate credit scale and score for the states, including the state of Maine. And we do see the possibilities and opportunities in both bills as bolstering our fiscal position and perhaps our credit profile. We are happy to serve on the commission as proposed in Senator Carney's bill. Always happy to assist in that way. Did want to make give a shout out to sort of coordination. I'm sure you see this as legislators dealing with various issues. You know, Maine State Housing Authority, they do weatherization. The Finance Authority of Maine, they do business lending. The Maine Municipal Bond Bank is a frequent source of funding for municipal public works projects. And we do think it would be helpful to sort of bring everyone in the room, take some time, find out where the gaps are, as Senator Carney said, and find out what we can all do together. I'll also briefly validate what Ms. Pingree said about federal funding opportunities. We see the funding opportunities for a green accelerator like we do for transportation or education or Medicaid. There is a meaningful possibility of federal funds to assist your efforts here in the state. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Treasurer Beck. Welcome to the EUT committee. So can you just walk me through that a little more? So if the state of Maine maybe invested a little more in climate change, Wall Street might let us borrow money at a little lower interest rate, potentially, or?
So I'll just add some more specifics to my broad comment. Rating agencies, independent of investors, folks, I like to say we pay them money to tell us what they think of us. People like Moody's and S&P and others, they are more and more asking us about our climate change preparation in our presentations. And they've actually offered specific commentary in the past. I do think, I'm not saying they would upgrade us or anything like that, but I do think it would be a positive for us to be able to say to them at some point, we are making preparations to receive federal funds for these efforts, or we're being more meaningful about how we might finance climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. That's a big distinction, I think, in these bills. We want to find ways to have more clean energy jobs and energy efficiency opportunities, but also think broadly about larger funding for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. That's of the most specific interest to the agencies right now.
I was not aware of that trend. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the treasurer? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Treasurer Beck. And we are going to welcome Julia Bassett-Schwerin. I guess I really should have prepared a little more for the twofold hearing that we're having. And I want to apologize in particular to Representative Ziegler, because he did not have the chance to present his bill. And there is testimony that we're hearing on it. So that's my error. In order to remedy the situation, what I would like to ask is that those who are still in line to testify on this bill only testify on this bill or wait until he has presented his. So Ms. Schwerin, I'm going to ask you, are you testifying on both bills? In which case I'll ask you to wait, or on just the one?
I am testifying on both bills.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to hold off and we'll bring you back. Thank you for your patience. And those who are signed up to testify on this and are in the attendee panel, if your testimony is only in relation to this bill, LD 1556, I'm going to ask you to just raise your hand in the attendee panel, and we'll bring you over one at a time so that you can testify, and we will then come back with the testimony on both once Representative Ziegler has presented his. So Jordan, I'm going to leave you to choose from the hands that are up.
So just to clarify, they should have their hands up if they are only testifying on the current bill?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, welcome. And we'll begin with David Gibson.
And Representative Barry, I just wanted to clarify, I have very separate testimony for the two bills, so I do plan to testify on both.
And that is absolutely fine. We just want to keep it to the bill that's been presented.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative Barry and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is David Gibson. I'm a resident of Morrill, and I'm representing the Sierra Club Maine and our 22,000 supporters and members across the state with my testimony today. We wanted to provide additional information for your consideration regarding LD 1556. There is a lot of value in conducting a study of financing models, of performing a gaps analysis, identifying potential for job creation, and developing an in-depth needs assessment throughout the state. We would like to encourage the committee to make two amendments to LD 1556. The first is partially addressed in Senator Carney's testimony, but we strongly encourage the committee to broaden the study to include identifying investments needed and potential financing models necessary to implement all of the climate solutions identified by the Maine Climate Council. It is essential for the state to have a clear understanding of the investment needs for climate resilient infrastructure, clean transportation, regenerative agriculture, sustainable forestry, wetland restoration, and all of the other climate solutions, in addition to just efficiency and clean energy. This study will provide significantly more value to the state of Maine if it encompasses the full range of climate solutions in need of new methods of funding. And I do want to thank Senator Carney for taking the first step in that and starting to broaden the study. And our second recommendation would be to assign the study to the Maine Climate Council rather than creating a new independent commission. The Maine Climate Council discussed creating a new financing working group or subcommittee at their, I think it was their November 2020 meeting. There are numerous Climate Council members, including yourself, who are excited to tackle this challenge and will provide a wealth of knowledge and experience. And so rather than recreating the wheel and creating a new commission, let's use what we already have and the people that have already been convened. Thank you for taking this into consideration. And I do really want to thank Senator Carney for bringing this legislation forward and for working with us on the accelerator bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Appreciate your testimony. We'll see you back shortly. And up next is Kathy Keenan-Boris.
Good afternoon, Representative Perry and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kathy Keenan-Boris. I'm a resident of Hollis, and I'm here today representing the Maine Bankers Association and their 28 retail banks and 9,000 employees. This testimony is in support of LD 1556. The MBA recognizes that climate change challenges facing our society and that banks will play a key role in financing the creation and deployment of solutions that mitigate greenhouse gases emissions, promote green energy generation, and strengthen community resilience. We look forward to continuing to work with policymakers and other interested parties to reach goals set in Maine's climate plan. We want to thank Senator Carney for sponsoring LD 1556. We feel that creating the commission outlined in the bill is an important step to moving Maine forward in achieving our climate goals. We respectfully request that the committee consider a modification to the qualifications for one of the two commission's finance representative positions. We would like to see one of those positions be required to be held by a banker representing an FDIC-insured financial institution that is doing business in the state of Maine. We feel having an FDIC-insured bank represented on the commission will help to highlight any current bank regulation issues that may need to be addressed by the commission. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. And
thank you. Any questions for Ms. Keenan-Boris? And seeing none, good to see you.
Nice to see you.
And we'll proceed to testimony from the public advocate, Barry Hobbins.
Good afternoon. My name is Barry Hobbins. I'm the public advocate for the state of Maine and speaking on behalf of the Office of the Public Advocate. And I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1556, which is a resolve to create a commission. Well, let me say that I heard there's a possibility of utilizing the existing commission for that purpose. I think that is a prudent idea, and you won't be reinventing the wheel when it comes to issues such as that. I'd like to personally thank, and the office would personally thank Senator Carney, and who's the bill's co-sponsor, and all the co-sponsors for submitting this resolve. This study may be the solution to finding common ground on a bill the committee heard last week, LD 1634, and one of the committees is hearing today, LD 1659. It recognizes correctly that there are potential options to addressing the perceived need for more financing options in support of clean energy, and establishes a committee or a commission, which I'll say would probably be stronger if they went with the existing commission, that there are many potential options in addressing the perceived need for more financing options to support clean energy, establishes this committee for the purpose of the study. There are numerous opportunities that need further exploration, and it would be useful to identify the gaps in the current system of financial support for renewable energy. That's my brief testimony. I do support, in general terms, the concept. I think it's a good idea, and I believe that this would help in the process of providing funding for these type of programs. Any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we will go on to Nick Batista.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Nick Batista, and I'm offering this testimony neither for nor against LD 1556 on behalf of the Island Institute, and just wanted to provide a perspective from some of the communities that we work with. Several of the island and coastal communities we work with are undertaking ambitious clean energy projects. These are small communities, and the projects, for reasons of scale, risk, non-standard combinations of technology or other reasons don't quite fit traditional clean energy financing. Eastport and Islesboro were recently awarded a year's worth of technical assistance from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory as part of a National Department of Energy process to support clean energy transitions on islands and in remote communities. The Island Institute is NREL's local partner in facilitating this assistance and supporting these communities. Other communities are moving forward with projects to increase renewable energy power significantly in their grids. Both Matinicus and Idaho are well into a multi-year process of scoping and trying to figure out how to add substantial amounts of solar power and storage to their very small grids. All of these projects are either currently struggling with financing or will likely need financing assistance or have had some challenges finding the right set of financing tools to meet their relatively unique project needs. And additional state level financing options that are funded could help these projects move forward and help Maine continue to be a leader on some of these issues. So we're just wanted to add that perspective to the conversation. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. I don't see any other hands. So we are going to conclude the public hearing on LD 1556. If folks want to testify on both bills, they're welcome to do that at the next hearing, which will be LD 1659 as presented by Representative Ziegler. Before I open that hearing, just another reminder to please post your testimony, written testimony on both bills that are scheduled for today. We want your testimony to be part of the public record for LD 1556 and for LD 1659 if it pertains to both. That's important to determine legislative intent later on. With that, the chair opens the public hearing on LD 1659 and recognizes Representative Ziegler for the purpose of presenting his bill.
Well, now, good afternoon, Representative Berry and distinguished members that are left of the Energy, Utility, and Technology Committee. My name is Stanley Page Ziegler, and I represent District 96, consisting of the towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont. I am writing and speaking this testimony in regards to LD 1659, an act to create the Maine Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator. I am here to support this bill, or more properly, the accelerator is also known as a green bank. I originally introduced this bill last session. At that point, the bill consisted of developing a source of funding and an administrative structure to be able to use that funding in an effective manner. What we wanted to do with those monies was to drive private capital into market gaps and have funds impact those parts of society that have been left behind, and the drive to promote clean energy, particularly low and middle income earners who have been left behind. Our goal remains to increase loan availability, decrease risk and interest rates, as Representative Wadsworth asked, why would Wall Street be interested? And when you can reduce risk, you will get more investors, and this is one way of doing that. And we want to increase participation of local lenders in the state in particular, and the number of loans for those projects. If we are to reduce our carbon footprint in order to make it a climate disruption, we need to act now. There are many paths to do that, but we needed a trusted state actor to shepherd the federal appropriations that will be available soon. If we aren't prepared, we will miss the chance to access those funds and use them to leverage private monies to initiate projects that are needed in a timely manner. There are models of these green banks from other states, such as Connecticut and New York, just to mention two, which have been very successful. They have leveraged public and private monies from 1 to 3 to 1 to 5. And there'll be people coming behind me to explain the history of these models. The state actor we have in Maine that is poised to administer the funds is Efficiency Maine, which has a very positive track record. I mentioned federal appropriations. Currently, there is a bill in US Congress that is garnering bipartisan support. And there'll be people after me who will address that and tell you more about that bill. It is called the Clean Energy Sustainability Accelerator Act, which sounds similar to the one that I have submitted. This bill may have up to $100 billion to send to the states. That said, hopefully that it'll be that or a little less, perhaps, or more. At this junction, we don't know the other federal funds that will be coming to our state to assist with clean energy projects. When these monies are distributed, they will pass through the state level green bank entities. So while other states take time to set up their mechanisms for distribution, and so far there have been states who are also preparing to distribute that money, we will have already completed that with passing LD 1625. Both federal and state legislative efforts have provisions to make sure that 40% of the monies assist low-income individuals and other unserved populations. So the future belongs to all segments of our state's population. The bill lists possible projects, any of which would benefit the state, not just in climate mitigation and reducing pollution, but also in producing jobs. Maine would benefit from passing this bill. Thank you very much for the consideration. I would be glad to answer any of the questions. However, there are many qualified individuals following me who will have more definitive answers.
Thank you, Representative Ziegler. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, you are off the hook. And we will go next to Representative Melanie Sachs to speak as a co-sponsor.
Hello, thank you for having me, Representative Berry, and esteemed members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Thanks for having me today. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm honored to represent House District 48, which includes Freeport and part of Pownell. If you've looked at the testimony today, I'm a proud co-sponsor and supporter of LD 1659. If you've looked at it, you'll see many data-driven arguments, which is what I normally bring to you when I come before this committee, that indicate the urgency and feasibility of establishing the Maine Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator, from reducing barriers by lowering the upfront cost of capital, streamline access to federal funding, alignment with current state and economic development strategies. The need for this investment vehicle is very clear. But in my testimony today, because that has been covered by so many coming after me, I wanted to highlight why this bill is so important to each and every one of your districts on a more personal level. As a former Freeport Town Council chair and councilor of 6 years, and as a former executive director of a nonprofit community support agency that helped residents with basic needs, I worked to find ways to provide access to energy savings and energy efficiency tools to those with lower incomes. We offered, as you probably have as well, weatherization programs, organized energy fairs and services with Efficiency Maine. We brought together groups of interested residents to purchase solarized Freeport, solarized arrays. We helped with electricity bills. We've developed plans around sea level rise mitigation, but don't have yet the substantial infrastructure, investments in mitigation infrastructure. By establishing a Maine Clean Energy Accelerator, that is a game changer for municipalities of all sizes in states. I'm including every single one of yours because I've looked at your committee. These are concrete resources and solutions. For example, so many times we found in Freeport, only a few residents at a time could take advantage of any given program. This accelerator model expands those opportunities exponentially by access to financing tools currently not available or feasible for many residents. And when I submit my testimony, I have citations, Mr. Chair, for all of these things that I'm going to be saying. So there's an article that notes that this sustainability accelerator could help ensure an equitable energy transition by reducing barriers for lower income residents and small businesses to finance weatherization, heating system conversions, and renewable power generations, which is in fact codified in Section 6 of this bill. As Representative Ziegler said, about 40% of its investment activity is directed to serve vulnerable communities. This targeted investment, access to resources, provides a scale much greater than we can do as a single municipality. I also look at our 3,500 miles of coastline here in terms of bolstering infrastructure against increasing climate disruptions, which of course the November 2020 GoPIF report talks about the substantial return on investment for infrastructure initiatives and the cost to our municipalities and state if we do nothing. Again, access to this low-cost capital will be necessary to make those improvements. That report notes that every dollar spent on hazard mitigation saves roughly $6 in avoided costs. And finally, I want to bring out something that hasn't been talked much about in the testimony after me that I could see. Section 5 of the bill outlines a zero emissions fleet-related infrastructure financing programs for municipalities and communities, so that this accelerator explores the establishment of a program to provide low interest and zero interest loans to school municipal planning organizations or nonprofit organizations seeking to finance the acquisition of zero greenhouse gas emission vehicles for a fleet. As you know, the Maine Climate Council, the Transportation Working Group, talked about how transportation is responsible for 54% of the Maine's greenhouse gas emissions, the most of any sectors. So local entities wishing to convert to electric vehicles for cost savings and environmental concerns would now have a vehicle, every pun intended, to do so easily by using this accelerator. The last point I'm going to note is the jobs, and that accelerator jobs would fuel growth and represent a sizable return on investment. Again, the legislation before you ensures in Section 6 that those jobs will pay equitable wages, and again, aligns with state economic recovery goals. So ensuring equity, promoting job growth, bolstering local infrastructure, supporting communities. As one of my constituents noted, it's the best way to mainstream this change we need to make. I urge you to support LD 1659 for your community and for the state of Maine. Thank you so much, and I'd welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Representative Sachs. Are there any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thanks so much.
We will go on next to another co-sponsor, Senator Rick Bennett. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman Berry, and members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Senator Rick Bennett of Oxford. I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Oxford and Cumberland counties in the Maine Senate, and I'm pleased to co-sponsor LD 1659, an act to create the Maine Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator. We are extremely fortunate, as we all know, to live in a state recognized worldwide for its beauty. From our picturesque mountains to our pristine beaches, Mainers enjoy year-round access to the outdoors. It's vitally important that we work to protect this resource for generations to come, and that's in part why I support LD 1659. This bill creates, as you know, the Maine Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator, administered by the Efficiency Maine Trust, to support the development of clean energy and sustainability projects and infrastructure. One of the biggest barriers to the development of clean energy is the cost. Even though efficiency projects eventually pay for themselves, the average Mainer often cannot afford the upfront costs. The accelerator will provide much needed financing support, including loans, loan guarantees, and other financial and risk mitigation products to assist Mainers interested in taking measures to make their homes more energy efficient, and their businesses as well. It is important to note that the legislation requires that 40% of the investment activity be directed to serve vulnerable communities. This legislation could be and will be, in my view, an important tool as Maine works to reduce our climate damaging emissions. Even more importantly, access to funding will help thousands of Mainers whose homes desperately need repairs. Every winter, we hear from folks whose homes are not properly insulated in need of fuel assistance. The accelerator will be a resource to those families that need assistance. I just want to say there are innovative, very diligent people from my district, including the Center for an Ecology-Based Economy in Norway, who are chomping at the bit to breathe life into the promise of this legislation. They are planning to testify, I believe, today and tell you how this bill will be put to work creatively, constructively, and concretely to better opportunities and lives in Western Maine and beyond. I urge your favorable consideration of this bill, and I really am pleased to be before you today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Senator Bennett, for your testimony and for the alliteration at the end there. I like that. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none.
Thank
Come
you.
back again soon. And we'll go on next, having finished with sponsors and co-sponsors, we'll go on to Mr. David Gibson to testify on this one.
It's not allowing me to turn my video on.
Okay. See if our, oh, there we go. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Barry and distinguished members of the committee. My name is David Gibson. I am still a resident of Morrill, and I am again speaking on behalf of Sierra Club Maine and our 20,000 members and supporters throughout the state. Thank you for this opportunity to allow me to share our strong support for LD 1659. I've worked with Representative Ziegler on this bill for nearly 3 years and have led outreach efforts and several Zoom workshops on this topic, including our very successful Maine Green Bank Summit last summer that had over 100 attendees for a 3-hour-long Zoom conference. I've transitioned 2 homes entirely off of fossil fuels. The first was a 1950s tract home in Reno, Nevada, which we brought all the way down to net zero energy. The second is our current home, a post and beam farmhouse built in 1828. We have borrowed money for most of the efficiency, heat pump, and solar projects that we've implemented on each of these homes. I know firsthand the difficulty of pursuing loans and the level of commitment required of the homeowner to secure financing for these types of projects. I also have more than a decade of professional experience leading efficiency and clean energy programs and designing projects. I provided technical assistance through the Nevada Governor's Office of Energy for more than $50 million in energy saving performance contracting projects with cities, counties, school districts, and state agencies in Nevada. Over the last 3 years, I've designed solar and heat pump systems for 400 to 500 homes throughout Maine. Nearly every efficiency or clean energy project pays for itself with the energy savings over time. However, I have seen far too many projects go nowhere because the family or business owner could not afford the upfront cost of the project. Living in an efficient, comfortable, well-insulated home with affordable energy costs should not be a privilege of wealth. I want every household in Maine to be able to afford the same types of improvements that we have made to our home. I am incredibly appreciative that there are so many others who feel the same way I do about this, and I want to thank everyone else who is here today and who has offered their support for this legislation. Finally, I want to highlight the importance of moving quickly to enact LD 1659. Every year, $4 billion leaves the Maine economy to pay for fossil fuels straight out of the pockets of our friends and neighbors. Every year, the impacts of climate change become clearer and less reversible. Passing this legislation will set Maine up to receive federal funding in the most efficient and expedient way possible. We can create the accelerator now and continue to study ways that it can be improved and best practices for refining the finance programs that it will administer. There have been several groups that have proposed that we should delay creation of the accelerator while we pursue a study. I will be the first to admit that we need to walk before we can run. I do not expect Efficiency Maine to deploy every financing option included in this bill for every possible climate solution within the first year. However, it is essential to start the work as soon as possible and begin to develop the partnerships with lenders and other new stakeholders. There are several programs like a loan loss reserve that are well established in a dozen other states and will provide some easy first steps for the accelerator. As these initial programs prove successful, as new relationships are forged, and as more in-depth studies become available, new programs can continue to be established by the accelerator over time. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. I again encourage you to vote in favor of LD 1659, and I welcome any questions from the committee on this legislation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Good to see you again. And we will go on. You bet. We'll go on to Tim. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name, Honey or Honey. Welcome.
Thank you. My video is not on.
We can see you.
You can. Oh, yes, my video is on. Okay. You pronounced my last name correctly, Honey.
Excellent.
Chairman Barry, members of the committee, my name is Tim Honey, and I'm speaking on behalf of 350 Maine. We are a grassroots climate organization with over 3,000 members statewide. Our members voted to make supporting LD 1659 our #1 legislative priority this year. I'm also speaking as a long-term resident of Portland and South Portland. I am retired, but professionally served as city manager in Portland, Maine, and in Boulder, Colorado. I bring a passionate perspective to the climate crisis through my volunteerism and my professional background. And I'd like to begin by talking about climate change in terms of what's happening in terms of a climate crisis. And we have realized in the last couple of years that 2030 is the point at which we have got to make bold, dramatic changes in our approaches to the climate crisis, or we're not going to get there. And the point that I want to make this afternoon is that this bill is about implementation. And while the planning process is very, very important, and the state of Maine needs to be congratulated for undertaking an amazing climate planning process, what we're left with are plans. And that is also true with Portland and South Portland. They have done a great job in planning, but they haven't been able to move towards implementation of the 130 specific projects that they need, that they have identified that need to be done in a very, very short period of time. So implementation needs to occur. Without it, plans go nowhere. They sit on the shelf. And as a former public administrator, I know how cynical the public can get when issues are just planned to death. And I don't want to suggest that the climate issue doesn't need some more planning, but it needs a real solid dose of implementation. And that implementation in this bill, 1659, has the advantage of being able to leverage private funds. And the first thing out of the box is to make a statement that all the things that have to happen in terms of these plans are not going to fall to the taxpayers, whether it's property taxes or sales or income tax, but that there are private funds waiting to invest if we can create the mechanism to do it. And the implementation that's being proposed here follows best practices. And we've talked about, you've heard about what's happening in other states. And finally, Efficiency Maine is an established organization that can get the ball rolling right away. Our government, and I really believe this, our government works at its best when it uses all the resources and creativity that can be unleashed through American federalism, where the national government is acting, as you've heard, the state government has a chance to act, and local governments are prepared to act. When they see that action, they can form critical partnerships in pursuing a common goal to address the climate crisis. The time has come for implementation. The time has come for action. We urge you to pass LD 1659, and we urge you to do it this year, not next year, not the following year, but this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Honey. Are there questions? All right, seeing none, we're going to go on to Randall Parr. And just a reminder, if you're testifying on one bill, I'll ask you to keep it to 3 minutes. If you're testifying on both, you can have a little more time, but we'll just, I will cut you off after 6, and you'll hear a timer like that one. Mr. Parr, welcome.
I am testifying on just one bill.
Okay.
LD 1659.
Go ahead.
Chairman Berry and joint Energy Utilities and Technology Committee members. It has been a century since our impact on global warming was discovered. Over 15 years since Al Gore identified the inconvenient truth. Yet global emissions of greenhouse gases continue to rise. Governments still subsidize fossil fuels. Citizens pay for renewable energy on their own. It isn't surprising that people such as Fridays for Future, led by Greta Thunberg, and students born in this century are upset with my generation's failure to stand up to international commerce, stop increasing greenhouse gas emissions, and clean up our mess, unquote. Humankind should atone to future generations for its failure to replace misguided fossil fuel subsidies and accelerate the transition to renewable energy. The sun provides enough energy to Earth in 1 hour to meet all Earth's energy needs for 1 year. We only need to have to capture that energy to have energy without greenhouse gases. A bill called Accelerator LD 1659 would finance renewable energy projects. In the past 5 years, I have saved over $1,800 per year on average on electricity generated by my 36 solar panels, costing $32,000 in 2016. But people often don't have enough cash to pay the down payment on that. So not everyone can do that. An accelerator like LD 1659 could loan initial solar panel costs, then be reimbursed over time with savings from energy credits on net energy on from Central Maine Power or whatever the utility is. So homeowners can reduce emissions. It would also finance other types of projects that reduce or eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Please vote yes or to pass on LD 1659. The wording should be examined, I think, a little bit. I think it's a little bit too liberal, allowing reduced emissions. I think we should not allow any emissions at all under projects that financed here. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg once said, "We are failing, but we have not yet failed. The future is up to us." Greta reminded us that scientists say that the year 2030, Earth may pass a tipping point, beyond which even if emissions are reduced, it will not be saved. By reducing emissions now, we are stealing her future. By not reducing emissions now, we are stealing her future, Greta's future, and all of the people of her generation. Emission Efficiency Maine now has rebate incentive programs for oil burners and gas heat, which emit greenhouse gas. I don't think we should do that. This is federally, state subsidized programs, and actually it gives incentive to actually increase emissions. So I think we should make changes to Efficiency Maine so that only no emissions, zero emissions is allowed.
Mr. Parr, are you nearing the end of your testimony?
I'm at the end. I just want to say, please vote yes or to pass on this, and please look at the wording and try to make it emission-free. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much for that impassioned testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Okay, thank you very much for joining us. And
You're welcome.
we will read the rest. We'll turn now to David Bilski. Welcome, Mr. Bilski.
Hey, thank you very much, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. Thanks for letting me have an opportunity to testify in favor of LD 1659. My name is David Bilski, and I'm a resident of New Harbor in Lincoln County. I submit this testimony on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network, or MUSON, a member of the EPC. This testimony represents the voice and values of Maine's 25 Universalist congregations in support of this legislation, which would speed the development of clean energy, sustainability, and infrastructure projects by unlocking the power of private sector financing. At the heart of our faith is the acknowledgement of and respect for the deep interconnectedness of all beings and the planet that sustains and nourishes them. If we are to manifest any real and consequential respect for this web of interdependence, we need to act now and with haste. Our state's climate action plan calls for a major transition to renewable energy and climate resilience. This requires capital, but due to a variety of market barriers, traditional models of financing may not be adequately responsive to our current needs. The creation of a clean energy and sustainability accelerator will be an important step towards reaching these goals. It will mitigate risk for private lenders, provide access to capital under favorable terms for borrowers, and will be well positioned to quickly respond to newly available federal funds from the National Climate Bank Act. Reducing market barriers and swiftly driving significant amounts of private capital into clean energy and sustainability projects will make a real difference in Mainers' lives in terms of job creation, energy efficiency, and community resilience. It will most definitely help to put our state on a path that demonstrates greater respect for our planet and for the beings that share in its bounty. Additional support for this legislation arises from our principle of justice, equity, and compassion in human relations. As you know, we have a huge wealth disparity in our country and in our state. When it comes to financing energy and sustainability projects, low-income households and vulnerable communities are more likely to end up being left behind. A clean energy and sustainability accelerator will be considered successful if it not only speeds the transition to renewable energy and climate resilience, but also makes it possible for these same low-income households and vulnerable communities to benefit equally. This legislation was crafted with this in mind, focusing a minimum of 40% of capital investment to address the needs of vulnerable communities across Maine. We believe that wide support can be built for this or any legislation that rests on a foundation of justice, equity, and compassion. A clean energy and sustainability accelerator is an innovative and important tool that can assist us in achieving this goal. We urge you to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bilski. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate your joining us, and we'll go on to Steve Clemmer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Barry and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Steve Clemmer. I'm the Director of Energy Research at the Union of Concerned Scientists in our Climate and Energy Program. I offer this testimony in support of LD 1659. As Representative Barry can attest to, as a member of the Energy Working Group for the Maine Climate Council, I led the development of a recommendation to create a state green bank that was included in the Maine Climate Action Plan. This recommendation was based on a report I co-authored in 2016 entitled Green Banks Transforming Clean Energy Financing in Maine. I applaud Representative Ziegler, Senator Carney, and other co-sponsors for introducing this bill, which is consistent with these recommendations and reports and aligns with the state goals to prioritize clean energy. Here are a few key reasons why Maine should create a green bank. First, green banks have a demonstrated track record of success. Green banks are successfully operating in 16 states and local communities across the United States with more under development. Through 2019, they have invested more than $5.3 billion in clean energy projects, leveraging an average of $3.60 in private spending per dollar of public spending. This includes some very successful programs operating in other Northeast states like Connecticut, New York, and Rhode Island. Another reason is because significant capital is needed to achieve Maine's climate and energy targets. A green bank can play an important role as part of a suite of complementary policies that will be needed to achieve Maine's strong climate and clean energy targets. Recent studies have shown that Maine will need to invest approximately $40 to $50 billion in clean energy and related infrastructure over the next 30 years, or about $1.5 billion per year to meet these targets. The good news is that Maine could more than pay for these homegrown clean energy investments by simply redirecting a portion of the $4.4 billion that's spent annually on imported fossil fuels and redirecting that to clean energy. It's imperative that we make these clean energy investments to reduce the much higher costs that climate change impacts will have on the state's residents and businesses. To address Representative Wadsworth's earlier question, we believe strongly that green banks should focus on underserved markets. Most green banks are targeted at populations and sectors that have limited access to capital. This would include homeowners and renters, small businesses, farms, nonprofit organizations, institutions, and even local governments. Green banks have also been very effective at addressing equity issues by providing low-interest loans, grants, on-bill financing, and other mechanisms to low-income and moderate-income households, as well as rural communities. Green bank programs and investments should be focused on achieving the biggest bang for the buck. Since most of Maine's carbon emissions come from transportation and home heating, switching from oil to zero-carbon electricity in those sectors is one of the key strategies for achieving Maine's emission reduction targets. This will involve investments in electric vehicles and buses, heat pumps, distributed solar, and more efficient buildings, appliances, and cars. Low-cost financing is needed to cover the high upfront costs of these investments, but as others have said, these costs can be more than paid for over time with energy bill savings. I also wanted to mention Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, or CPACE, which I know is a bill that also was heard by this committee in April, I believe, or March. And that's also an example of a very successful financing program that green banks have delivered in other states. To date, 24 states have active CPACE programs driving more than $2 billion in investment. We support LD 340, which would establish a CPACE program in Maine. Others have mentioned the need to support financing for climate resilient infrastructure, which we also support. As I mentioned in my testimony earlier today, and Nick Batista highlighted in his testimony, this could include win-win solutions like solar plus storage and clean energy microgrids for critical infrastructure, as well as island communities that could help provide power during outages from extreme weather while reducing reliance on diesel generators and lowering emissions. While Efficiency Maine has the knowledge and expertise to administer financing programs for clean energy microgrids, coordination with other state agencies, organizations, and municipalities will be necessary to finance other types of climate resilient investments. Finally, as others have said, a green bank is going to enhance Maine's ability to receive federal funding. As a national organization, UCS is working hard to advance some of the bills you've heard about earlier to enact a national climate bank or clean energy and sustainability accelerator. These proposals have also been included in President Biden's American Jobs Plan. While these federal bills provide an important opportunity for capitalizing a green bank in Maine, additional sources of public, private, institutional, and philanthropic funding should also be pursued as proposed in LD 1659. Diversifying the portfolio of funding sources will help reduce risk, provide a more stable source of funding, and expand the reach of these financing programs. For these reasons, UCS strongly supports LD 1659. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Clemmer. Are there questions? Just very briefly, because a number of people still waiting to testify and it is late. Are there examples of where green banks have financed microgrids at any scale in the past? Can you give any examples of that?
Yeah, I know that, yes, that is, in Florida, for example, their green bank is funding those types of solutions for shelters so that can be used during extreme weather events and hurricanes and so forth. Other Northeast states have adopted programs that I'm not sure if they're part of the green bank or if they're separate programs, but after some of the recent hurricanes and storm events, put those programs into place and are actually funding those types of projects in local communities. Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, I think as well, all have programs like that. And I'd be happy to provide more information to the committee.
If you could for the work session, that would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. And we'll go on to Jeff Marks.
Thank you, Representative Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to submit testimony today on LD 1659. I'm with Acadia Center. I'm their main director. We are a research and advocacy organization incorporated in Rockport, but we have people in each of the northeastern states working on climate and clean energy type issues. We support LD 1659. And I'm not going to veer very far off what some other people have said before me. We think a well-designed financing program can help expand access to capital and smooth the way for increased energy efficiency and renewable energy participation, especially if integrated with other policies and programs. One of the most important ways that clean energy financing can help to drive savings is by increasing the leverage of private funds to support energy saving investments. And LD 1659 provides a new option for Maine to do this. Earlier this year, Acadia Center joined with nearly 250 other groups in a letter to congressional leaders urging them to develop a clean energy and sustainability accelerator on the national level so that this would assist states in mobilizing private investments for a number of type of projects, DERs, retrofits of residential, commercial, and municipal buildings, and clean transportation. These groups also requested that at least 40% of investment go to disadvantaged communities that have missed out on past clean energy investments and may be disadvantaged in future investment opportunities. So we think this is a good targeted effort at inclusion as well. In the meantime, Steve Clemmer and others have mentioned that green banks have already been started and utilized in other states like Connecticut with varying degrees of investment. I think Connecticut's green bank has driven more than $2 billion in clean energy investments over the last decade. So Maine should be prepared, ready to go, so that we can easily and efficiently access and leverage any federal and private funds that are necessary to move quickly on implementing projects to reduce greenhouse gas emissions here in Maine, ensure equity across the investment spectrum, and put Maine people to work. Fortunately, we have quality institutions like Efficiency Maine Trust, FAME, and other state entities that have already implemented various financing programs and can help assure that the Maine Green Bank gets the most bang for the buck for the recipients of its financing. So thanks for the opportunity again, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll go next to Eamon Dundon. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Barry, members of the EUT committee. My name is Eamon Dundon, and I'm the Director of Advocacy at the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce. We represent 1,300 businesses in our region who employ over 65,000 Mainers. I'm here today to express our organization's strong support for this bill, LD 1659. While there's growing bipartisan acknowledgement in this country that we need to address climate change, actual solutions remain elusive when seeking bipartisan agreement to move the needle on reducing carbon emissions. That is why this proposal is so notable and why we give our unqualified support for this market-based initiative that addresses financing gaps in funding clean energy initiatives by bringing government and private industry together. The governor's 10-year economic development strategy calls for robust workforce development in clean energy industries. And this proposal would facilitate the necessary capital to get projects that employ those workers off the ground, creating a virtuous cycle of clean energy investment built by workers with high-paying jobs and sustainable career paths. The Connecticut Green Bank is hailed as a model by many of the people here today, and all of us who agree with the promise of an entity like this, and for good reason. And in my written testimony, I write that there's been $1 billion worth of investment created by that Green Bank. It's actually now up to almost $2 billion, and that has created over 23,000 jobs in the clean energy industry, supporting countless working families while providing an example to the nation that strategic investments in clean energy can indeed be accretive to job and wage growth. With conventional lending parameters, these investments often carry a prohibitively high cost of capital for building owners, or are simply not served at all by existing financial institutions. This solution brings those institutions to the table to participate in a market-based solution under the aegis of Efficiency Maine's clean energy expertise. Public-private partnerships should always seek to bring the best of private industry and government to bear, and a Clean Energy Accelerator Fund in Maine would do just that. We acknowledge that the legislative calendar is overflowing with competing priorities this session, but the urgency of getting this bill over the finish line this session cannot be overstated. Given the pace of developments in Washington around appropriating federal funds for these accelerators, Maine would be irresponsible to not have an entity in place to receive and disperse these funds to make innovative projects a reality all around the state. While the lending activities of this fund would take off when federal funds start to move, work can begin immediately upon enactment of this bill around bringing stakeholders in the clean energy and financial services industry to the table to get the systems in place to make this program a success. For those reasons, we ask that you support this common sense, bipartisan, public-private partnership to lay the groundwork for historic investments in Maine's economy and the environment. Thank you for your time today. And on behalf of the Portland Regional Chamber, I ask that you please support LD 1659.
Thank you, Mr. Dundon. Are there questions from the committee? Eamon, appreciate your testimony, and I guess I'm just wondering, does the chamber can you give an example or two, a concrete, specific example of where a project might have been, ready to go in the Portland region, the chamber really wanted to support, but that was unable to access capital?
Yeah, maybe I'll tell a quick story about the person that brought this proposal to our attention, or one of the people, and that's Catherine Cully, who submitted written testimony but can't be here today, I don't think. And she and her husband develop real estate multifamily housing in the Portland area. And she stated to us, and one of the reasons she's such a big supporter of this is, there's all sorts of efficiency upgrades that she would like to make to buildings they own, buildings that they're developing, but that, just the way that they access capital doesn't currently allow for that, given the parameters of real estate lending from traditional institutions without sort of the aid that this bill would provide in creating the accelerator. So I think there's probably examples like that all over. And as you'll hear the sustainability directors of Portland, South Portland talk about, we have ambitious goals in the Portland, South Portland area on building efficiency. And currently there's not a great way to support that, but this would certainly aid in those efforts. I think you'd see a lot more real estate development really take a deeper look at more efficiency investments they can make.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we will go on to David Costello.
Thank you, Representative Barry and members of the committee. My name is David Costello. I am the Climate Clean Energy Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine, and I'm testifying today in support of LD 1659. My comments are going to echo much of what's already been said, so I'm going to try to keep it under 2 minutes. Keep them under 2 minutes. Maine's new climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, does an excellent job of explaining the risks and impacts of climate change and summarizing actions that would, if implemented, not only address climate change, but would also ensure a healthier and more prosperous future for all Maine residents. The state's plan does not, however, say a lot about the amount of funding that is likely to be required, nor about the expected sources of needed funding and investment. And of course, as others have pointed out, as well as Director Pingree, this is critical. One potential source of funding mentioned in the state's plan would be the establishment of what we're discussing today, a Maine Green Bank or Green Fund. In layman's terms, a green bank is a fund, is a quasi-governmental authority that helps secure, guarantee funding and financing for a wide range of environmentally friendly initiatives. LD 1659 proposes to establish such a financing instrument seeded with federal dollars within the Efficiency Maine Trust. LD 1659's proposed Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator would leverage low-cost private capital to support the development of clean energy, energy efficiency, clean transportation, climate resiliency, and as others have pointed out, even conceivably other projects. Adequately seeded, Maine's Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator would likely spur a marked increase in needed climate and clean energy projects throughout the state through the provision of loans, loan guarantees, and other financial and risk mitigation products. Importantly, LD 1659 would provide critical financing when and where it is often not readily accessible. Traditional financing methods aren't always well suited for clean energy, energy efficiency, and climate resiliency projects due to perceived risks, unfamiliar technology, and information gaps about the project's value. Maine's Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator would aid in reducing market barriers by directing support in the form of increased access to capital and lower interest rates to low and moderate income households and communities in particular, which tend to be disproportionately burdened by high energy costs and the impacts of climate change. NRCM appreciates the value of this innovative financing tool and urges the committee to join in supporting LD 1659. We thank you for your consideration, and I certainly welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, for the work session, and I'll extend this invitation to anyone wishing to take me up on it that's listening today. I see two arguments being made. One is access to capital, and another is a lending institution that really understands green lending. I'm convinced by the latter, but I'm not entirely convinced by the former. And so I'd like to have some examples, some more concrete, specific examples of access to capital being a problem right now in an economy which I think is really awash in opportunities to borrow. Help me with that, anyone who wishes to, and you can provide that for the work session. And David, if you want to take me up on it right now, you can.
Well, I would just make one comment, Representative Berry. It's the challenge is underwriting. As you know, many of the folks who need access to capital just don't have the credit scores, quite frankly, to gain access to private sector capital. And that's why these risk mitigation, these loan loss reserve funds would provide that boost. And I think what you'd find in Maine, given income levels, that our credit scores don't quite meet on average what you might find in some wealthier states. So I would just posit that as an initial comment.
Fair point. And certainly in that space, I understand the benefit. But low cost capital more generally, I guess I'm not entirely convinced.
Right. Understood.
Thank you. Great. We'll go on, seeing no other questions, we'll go on to Abraham Wapner. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Representative Berry, and thank you other distinguished members of the committee for the opportunity to offer this testimony in support of LD 1659. My name is Abe Wapner. I'm with the Coalition for Green Capital, which is a nonprofit that works across the US as well as internationally to set up green banks, these institutions, which are mission-driven financing institutions that use public funds to crowd in private investment to climate-related projects. So we've been doing this for about a decade, and I really see the benefit of green banks as helping lower energy costs, create jobs, increase the comfort and health of buildings, all while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Across the US, there are now 21 green banks in 15 states in the District of Columbia. As of 2020, they've driven about $7 billion of overall investment, and 3/4 of that has come from the private sector. So again, these institutions really focus on pulling in private capital. I'll try not to repeat too much of what's been said before with the Green Banks 101, but happy to fill in any holes as I can. As you know, the model has been deployed across the country with great success, everywhere from Rhode Island to Hawaii, in states that are more traditionally Republican, such as Florida, or to states that are more traditionally Democratic as well. So the model has been universally bipartisan. It passed the Connecticut legislature with almost unanimous bipartisan support, and has thrived in states that are both red and blue. No matter the state or the political party, the benefits we think are clear, which is to pull in private investment and deliver the benefits of clean energy to sections of the economy that aren't traditionally able to answer financing. Sort of to the question you just asked, Representative Berry, we really see green banks as being tools to expand the amount of activity that happens in a market. So whether the gap is getting access to financing for LMI or traditionally less bankable populations, or whether that's more on the project level. Small projects are often very difficult for traditional lending institutions to take advantage of just due to things like transaction costs. Green banks are able to work around some of those issues, aggregating projects and then selling them on up to broader markets. Similarly, with credit enhancement, they can help address some of the access to financing issues. So it really is about kind of broadening who has access to commercially available technologies. What I really want to talk to you guys about is that I think Maine has picked the perfect moment to be talking about this and considering it, given the fact that at the federal level, there is legislation advancing to create a national green bank called the Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator, which folks have talked about. It passed the House twice in 2020, was co-sponsored by then the Vice President Kamala Harris when she was in the Senate, and it's now been specifically included in President Biden's American Jobs Plan. It's part of the Clean Futures Act, which is kind of the House blueprint for a climate infrastructure bill, and was reintroduced with $100 billion in capitalization with bipartisan support, co-sponsored by including Representative Don Young of Alaska and Shelley Pingree of Maine, notably. So we believe that, and this institution would be created to offer federal funds to state and local green banks, similar to the one under consideration in this bill. And so we believe that now is kind of the perfect time for Maine to be creating such an institution to deploy federal funds effectively, expand access to financing in clean energy markets, and deliver the benefits of a green bank to Maine. Happy to take any questions as you might have them.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Wapner? All right, seeing none, appreciate your joining us. And thank you for answering my question within your testimony.
Thanks.
Or at least beginning to. Examples appreciated.
Yeah,
and,
continue something on microgrids too.
Yep, excellent. For the work session, feel free to pass that on through our committee clerk. And we're all listed online as well. We go next to hear from Amy Winston at CEI. And I think on deck, if he's still with us, will be Dana Duran. He may have to go before he can testify, but we're going to do our best to squeeze him in. Amy Winston, go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. I testified previously for both of these bills. I don't have anything to add. I'm happy to take questions, but I cede my 3 minutes to Dana and to others who might be waiting.
That is very generous. Thank you. And I'm sure that Jordan is just going down through the list and wanted to make sure you got a chance. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, take care.
Bye.
And I guess Dana has had to go, so please do read his testimony, and others who were not able to deliver their testimony in person, as you always do. And we'll go next to Julia Bassett-Schwerin. Thanks for hanging in there and waiting all this time. Welcome.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure. I am going to speak somewhat extemporaneously to smush my two testimonies together, but they are delivered separately. Senator Representative Berry and members of the committee, I'm delighted to be here representing Agents for the Built Environment. It's an advocacy group, and it includes Leanne Barstoff-Nichols of Freeport, Mark Chadbourne of Portland, David Gulick of Cumberland, and Russell DeConti of Hiram. And we are not here today representing any realtor groups or real estate agencies. As far as LD 1556 is concerned, we were privileged to be part of the stakeholder group that worked with Senator Carney to develop this legislation. As a prior owner of a market research company for 20 years, I'm all for doing studies, and I am all about this bill because it's a win-win when you approach it with a bipartisan group and everybody achieves consensus, and at the end you can implement the results. It's not like, the governor or Director Pingree sends her staff off with a group of consultants to come up with the same thing. It is an entirely different process. And as we learned from the Maine Climate Council, all the stakeholders were able to come, and including the five of us, we attended every meeting of the buildings working group, and we were welcome to be part of that process as well. I will say that as far as 1659, which we also support, we support both bills. 1659 puts the ability of organizations like Efficiency Maine to address the problem. And even though the Maine Climate Council didn't come up with anything that was extraordinary that we didn't know before, building envelopes needed to be tightened up. Fossil fuel combustion needs to get out of the building in favor of electrification, and renewable energy has to be employed to make that electricity. So those are the things, but it is the case, and I will quote just one thing from my written testimony, which is that Efficiency Maine Trust, we've got over 400,000 residential buildings and over 100,000 commercial buildings in Maine that are in desperate need of weatherization. That has to come first before electrification. Otherwise, the load is disproportionate, and you're still losing a whole bunch of energy out the building envelope. So Efficiency Maine has on its statutes to provide cost-effective efficiency and weatherization measures to substantially weatherize all homes and businesses whose owners are willing to participate in programs by 2030. So that's the over 400,000 homes that are left to do, and weatherization, and they don't have the funds for this. I'm sure Michael Stoddard will attest to that, and I've been told by Efficiency Maine for a couple of years now, they pretty much set that goal on the shelf because they don't have the funds to do it. Weatherization is something that a homeowner can do. A homeowner has the ability to see that if they don't have to pay for a gas bill or an oil bill, they'll have X number of dollars a month that they can apply to this low interest loan that they got from the Green Bank, which they would not get from a traditional lender, and they can do the math. And at the end of the day, their building is going to be worth more because it is going to be transferred as an efficient building instead of a leaky, costly building. And more financing mortgages is taking into account the total operating expenses of a building, not just the purchase price of a building, which God knows is high enough, but the energy costs are only going up and up. And And when you borrow money at a fixed rate, then that, for the 5 or 10 years that you're borrowing it, then it's done. And if you put a label on that building, like a HERS rating or an Energy Star rating, then that building becomes more valuable in the marketplace later on. So of all the things that we can argue about climate change, the one thing that we don't have to argue on is that makes financial sense. And I can tell you as a real estate professional that people don't have access to that capital now at an affordable rate to make those numbers work. Let's see if I had anything else. The other thing I wanted to say is that had the Green Bank come out of the gate before the CPACE bill, you would have had hopefully a different outcome with the people who testified against CPACE, because in fact, the Green Bank provides the risk reduction necessary to alleviate those concerns that the bankers and their allies had about the CPACE bill. And those, as someone else said earlier, those two things, the Green Bank and the CPACE legislation, work hand in hand and work very well in other places. And I think you would have had a different discussion if they had on their radar that this legislation was coming out. So we're very much in favor of it. We've been following this group for a year. We're very impressed with the kind of traction that they've been getting. And we think that if the study comes out and says, oh, you guys should do a Maine Green Bank and you should put it with Efficiency Maine, and you've already done that, great. And if the study says, well, you should do that and you should also do a couple other things with a couple other groups, great. There's no reason not to pursue both these things. All of the above are needed and anxiously awaited by those of us on the business side of it. So that is my testimony of the mashed together bills.
And thank you for testifying on both bills. Are there any questions from the committee? Great. And I trust you'll post your testimony to both if you haven't already.
I have already, and thank you very much for considering these bills.
Excellent. Thank you. And we'll go on next to Scott Vaughn. Welcome.
Thanks, Chairman Barry and the esteemed EUT committee members. Thanks for your time on this long day and for considering this important bill. Like I said, my name is Scott Vaughn, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for an Ecology-Based Economy in the historic village of Norway. And I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1659. For nearly a decade now, our organization has been working to transition this underserved region of Western Maine to a post-fossil fuel future, a future that is imperative to stabilize the Earth's climate and increase equity in our food, energy, shelter, and transportation systems. While we've made progress with projects like a region-wide electric vehicle charging network, demonstration scale public solar power installations, support for local regenerative agriculture, and weatherization of our aging housing stock, funding for larger community scale projects that can really begin to move the needle on emissions and carbon sequestration has mostly eluded us. Investors and lenders that we've talked to lack the institutional knowledge and experience with things like renewable energy enterprises, especially in such a rapidly evolving regulatory landscape. And they've been reluctant to take on the risk associated with the kind of innovative projects that are desperately needed at this point to transform our rural communities to withstand and indeed thrive in the deepening climate emergency. The science tells us that in the next decade, we'll need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by nearly half, and then almost entirely by mid-century to avoid the worst effects of climate change and give future generations a chance for a livable planet. To bring about this kind of transformative systems-level change will demand the rapid deployment of capital to fund a broad array of initiatives, from equity-based renewable energy cooperatives to accessible and affordable public transportation and bike and car sharing, from affordable net zero housing eco-villages to local food processing facilities. We have no shortage of solutions to address the climate crisis and create a higher quality of life for our rural communities. We also have plenty of people, especially our younger generations, ready to get to work to build this brighter future for people and planet. But these same people are often forced to leave the area or even the state for lack of meaningful work that will improve their future prospects. By providing increased access to critical low-interest capital, this Clean Energy and Sustainability Accelerator will support entrepreneurs, young and otherwise, to build the brighter future they know is possible for their communities, and to do their part to rescue the beleaguered planetary ecology. So for the economic and ecological health of our rural communities, please vote ought to pass on LD 1659.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blunt. And are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, great to see you and thanks for your testimony.
Thanks for your time.
Up next, Beth Ahern. Welcome, Beth.
Good afternoon, Representative Barry and members of the Energy, Utility and Technology Committee. Man, it's been a long day for you. My name is Beth Ahern, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Environmental Priorities Coalition in support of LD 1659. The EPC, as you heard earlier, is a partnership of 32 conservation, environmental, and public health organizations, and the list is attached to my testimony. We represent over 120,000 members in Maine and work together to protect the good health, good jobs, and good way of life that our environment provides. This bill is one of 10 environmental priority bills this year, the second you've heard today. Thank you to Representative Ziegler for sponsoring this important bill. I am going to tell you that the only thing I think my partners have not covered is the support that this bill has across the country. National polling indicates that 70% of voters support the creation and funding of a national climate bank, including a majority of independents and Republicans. So there's support for it nationally. I'm sure that would be the case here in Maine as well, although we haven't done Maine-specific polling. Everything else is covered in my written testimony, which I submitted, and I also submitted testimony on 1655. I have nothing more to add, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ahern. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, good to see you. And we'll go on to Troy Moon.
Hello again, Representative Barry and other members of the EUT committee. Troy Moon, the Sustainability Director for the City of Portland, and I'll keep my comments very brief today. As you know, Portland and South Portland recently adopted our One Climate Future Climate Action Plan, and through our work with that, we noted that 60% of the emissions from our communities are from existing privately owned buildings. So we think that creating a financing mechanism or a variety of financing mechanisms for basically commercial properties are essential to meeting our climate goals. Many of the buildings, particularly in Portland, are very old and require a great deal of energy retrofit work to decarbonize windows, heating systems, you name it. They need a lot of work. A lot of our buildings are owned by private businesses and small mom and pop types of companies. And if we want them to achieve the types of carbon reductions that are necessary, they need a variety of financing mechanisms and tools, from gap financing, credit enhancements, you name it, the types of things that green banks can provide. So that's why we're particularly supportive of a green bank, clean energy accelerator type of program. I would refer you to the written testimony from Catherine Cully from Red Fern Properties, who submitted written testimony. We'll talk to Catherine and make sure she's available for the work session. She has a lot of real life examples, Representative Barry, of how a green bank would help companies like hers implement clean energy solutions and decarbonize their properties. So I'll also work with some other of her colleagues and try to get you some more examples for the work session. And again, we're enthusiastically in support of this program and hope to work with you throughout the process.
Thank you very much. And I hope the timer didn't scare you. I think that was actually from Ms. Ahern being so efficient with her testimony.
Right.
Did you have anything you wanted to wrap up with?
Nope. We'll looking forward to working with the committee in the work session.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go on to Michael Stoddard.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust and very pleased to be with you still this afternoon and testifying neither for nor against both of the bills, LD 1556 and 1659. I especially want to note my appreciation to both of the bill's sponsors who very kindly and thoughtfully reached out to Efficiency Maine early in the process of developing these bills, and we had a nice chance to talk through them and compare notes, and I appreciated that they reflected a lot of that conversation in both of the bills. You know, I think I'm probably reiterating what many others have said. We're on the cusp of a really exciting new time in our state. We're going to see significant increases in capital investment. And we're going to experience several transformations simultaneously, and it's going to cut across all areas of our economy. And as folks on this committee know well, we at Efficiency Maine run programs that help with those kinds of transitions. We help try to overcome the various barriers that are experienced when you're undergoing a major market transformation. And here we're talking about multiple market transformations all at the same time. And so while we do that, we still realize, you know, we know that these things take funds, not all of which can be publicly provided. They're not all going to be publicly funded through Efficiency Maine or some other program. They're going to require financing to pick up the balance of the costs. And that's why this discussion is so important and so timely. So I think both of the bills have done a really thoughtful job of trying to position Maine to be in the best possible situation, either if federal funds are approved and come our way in the very near future, or if we want to take some time and be a little bit methodical in looking at what the gaps are and really targeting how we want to design our programs to make financing more available. Both of those things will be time well spent. You know, we do have a vibrant banking sector in the state. We're very fortunate about that. And we have a sophisticated investor community. There are several great programs that are already running and have brought capacity into the state. Efficiency Maine is proud of the programs we've built and the capacity we've built to track public funding and to report it transparently and to have professionalism and impartiality in doing that job. But there are other organizations that do a great job of it too. You have FAME and Maine Housing, the Bond Bank, Coastal Enterprise Institute, all of whom have been mentioned earlier today. So I think we're in a good spot as a state. We know that this is going to be valuable and important. I want the committee to know that the trust stands ready to participate in whatever way policymakers deem would be the most helpful. We have run some loan programs for the last 10 years. They're going well. We would love the opportunity to do more of that. And so I'll just recap by saying we stand ready to help out in whatever way you think would be most useful, and very much look forward to the discussions going forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Questions? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Chair Barry, and thank you, Mr. Stoddard, for being here today. I have a few questions, if the chair will bear with me, that I have saved up for you. I know that you will give me some
must have done something along
clear answers if you can. Well, there were many I could have asked, but I thought seeing how you probably have already looked at this with the idea that Efficiency Maine may be managing such a program if it's put into existence. You might have already looked at some of this that I'm wondering about. First of all, I'm wondering, Efficiency Maine Trust, now, what would you say is your, and this can be a rough guess, or you can provide this information for the work session, but what's your total dollars that goes through your programs currently on an annual basis, roughly?
60 to $70 million a year.
And what would you expect that if this bill were to give Efficiency Maine the responsibility for managing this program, what would you expect that you would see going through your programs then, when you include this? In other words, what would you expect this to boost what you would be responsible for handling or overseeing?
Well, that's pretty hard to guess, Representative. You've heard a lot of comments this afternoon about low and moderate income Mainers. And what I would say about that is those tend to be relatively small loans, even if you are successful in marketing them and getting people to take action on them. So I don't imagine that the budget number right away would be large if you were just focusing on residential projects. I mean, we, as you know, have a $20 million loan fund that was funded the last time the federal government was feeling generous with stimulus funds. And we keep revolving that and going around and around, but the total uptake from that is only a few $1 million a year. Now, if we boosted it more and it was more generous, that number would increase. Maybe it would be $4 or $5 million a year, but it's somewhere in that ballpark, I expect. And as everyone on this call knows, the workforce right now is stretched to the max. So you can't just wave a magic wand and expect a whole lot more activity in the market. So I think it would increase, but I think it would be, it would be somewhat limited by the workforce capacity that there is. If you expand this to all the way to the other end of the spectrum of the largest industrial projects that you might imagine, or very large infrastructure projects, which I acknowledge that various folks are thinking maybe that wouldn't be something Efficiency Maine would do. Maybe they would pass that through to someone else to administer funds for, let's say, wastewater treatment facilities. You could be getting into the tens of millions of dollars on individual projects, I believe. So it's really, it's a pretty broad range, and it's going to depend how much capital is available and what the scope of projects are that we're administering.
If I may, a couple more, Mr.
You got
Chair.
it. Yep.
Currently, how many staff do you have, Mr. Stoddard, in your group?
20 employees and probably 40 to 50 subcontractors.
And you've stated you already have expertise in managing loan programs, and other programs. Would you see that you would have to add any staff if this bill were to pass?
Yeah, we'd need to add some staff because we have enough to cover the volume of activity that we're doing today. We'd be looking at some more volume. And you've heard some comments from other speakers that came before me about expanding the scope to other categories of customers and projects. And so I think part of what makes these projects go, these loan funds successful, is not just the public funds that help capitalize or mitigate the risk and enhance the credit worthiness. So not just the funds, but also the raising awareness and the marketing of the opportunities, and also going out into the marketplace and cajoling private investors and other people who have financing to join in. And so you heard a number of people talk about that, and that's not something we're doing. We're doing very little of at this time. So I don't think it would be a huge increase, but there would probably need to be some increase to do it well.
And speaking of funding, besides federal tax dollars that might come in from federal programs, and you mentioned $20 million you'd received earlier, and that type of monies, where would you see your funding coming from to help to remove concerns of lending institutions on credit risk and so on and so forth? Where would you see those funds coming from to add to what you already handle?
Yeah, so the capital that would go into the financing would, if it were public funds, it would either have to come from some funds from the federal programs that are being discussed, some of which have already been approved and others of which may or may not get approved in the future, or bonds that might be approved through the state process. But then there's always, the private sector and the banking and investment communities that have capital, but maybe just aren't directing it in this place. So it might not be public capital that would be involved. If what you're asking, so I think it could come from any of those places. And I think there's certainly the premise of 1659 is that there's federal legislation being discussed, and it could result in a slug of capital coming to Maine for these purposes. So that's where the capital, I think, would come from most likely. The costs to cover the transactions of administering this and marketing it and reporting on it. One of the things that is kind of nice about these kinds of loan programs is you're stretching payments out over many, many years, and you can fold some modest administrative costs into that. So you can recoup that through the interest rate that is charged on the or closing fees, the traditional kinds of things that people do to help cover the administrative costs of running loans. So I would expect, and I think that was also contemplated in the CPACE legislation, is that if Efficiency Maine had costs, we wouldn't have to dip into one of our other funds to pay for it. We could fold it into the fees or the interest rates that would be collected on the loans. And that's what I would suggest doing here.
Thank you. And finally, one final question. Are there any Efficiency Maine programs, monies that are loaned out to industry or businesses or individuals currently where that one of the requirements is that the project has to offer a prevailing wage?
Currently, no. When we did the programs in 2010, 11, 12 with the federal stimulus funds from that era, all of them required prevailing wage. We didn't use it on a loan program, but we did use it for the grant programs that we ran with those federal dollars.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard.
Great. Excellent questions, Representative Foster. Any other questions for Mr. Stoddard? Seeing none, we thank you. And we'll go on to Barry Hobbins, the public advocate.
Good afternoon.
There you go.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. Very appreciative of all of you for hearing all of our testimony. I'm Barry Hobbins, and I'm the public advocate, as you know, and I'm here on behalf of the Office of the Public Advocate on the issue of LD 1659. I'm here to testify neither for nor against this bill. Representative Ziegler's bill contemplates a broader range of projects than just outlined in LD 1634, which you heard last week, but would not be limited in generation. In addition, it can make use of financing sources other than state funds and partner with other parties in investments. Finally, it does not require the creation of an entity or a new agency, but rather delegates administration of its investments to EMT. Despite these differences, it would have some of the same strengths and weaknesses. It could lower the cost of projects by using lower cost government capital, but it also interferes with the competitive energy market, which has been the cornerstone of state energy policy, as you know, for the past 20 years. As with LD 1634, there are much interest. It may be advisable to designate this particular bill and the other bill for some type of study by the same commission that was proposed in LD 1556. The OPA recommends that these issues be subject to further study to ensure that such a venture is not cost prohibited and that any proposed project of this scale does not negatively impact on Maine ratepayers. And with that, I would basically ask the committee if they'd have any questions or comments of me. If not, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hobbins. Are there questions for the public advocate?
Thank you.
All right. Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. And Jordan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that is the last person in the queue to speak. Barry,
Yeah,
you were last but not least.
I believe, Representative Barry, you are correct. I think we are done.
Okay, so that will conclude our work for today. And to adjourn this work session, I'm going to use my new gavel, which is, this is actually tree wire, which is used to prevent shorting of electrical lines, and it makes for a good gavel.
Good
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
If I could run fast enough, I would have got downstairs to get my piece. We could have cheersed.
There you go. We should all have one. We'll work on that. Good night, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us all the way through today's long hearings.